Welcome to the Crow's Tavern. Tonight, we'll journey back to the time of the Norse people, exploring their villages, customs, and daily lives as we drift toward peaceful sleep together. After our story ends, you'll hear the gentle sounds of a crackling fire that will continue for hours without interruption. These soothing sounds will help guide you into a deep and restful sleep. Now let us begin our journey into the Viking world and allow the ancient tales to carry you towards slumber. The copper-gold light of evening streamed through the grand windows of Bilskirnir, Thor's magnificent hall in Asgard. The god of thunder stood at his balcony, gazing out at the rolling fields and distant mountains of the realm eternal. Yet his mind was elsewhere. Despite the peaceful scene before him, Thor's shoulders remained tense, his jaw tight. It had been many months since he had known true rest. Battle after battle had called for Mjolnir's might, from the frost giants of Jotunheim to the fire demons of Muspelheim, all demanding his attention and strength. Thor's hand instinctively moved to Mjolnir, which hung at his side as always. The hammer, sensing its master's touch, hummed softly, a sound that usually brought comfort. Today, however, the familiar vibration only seemed to heighten the restlessness that had been growing within him. There was no enemy to face, no clear threat to overcome, only a persistent weariness that settled deep in his bones, a battlefield he could not simply charge into with hammer raised. A gentle knock at the chamber door broke his reverie. "Enter," Thor called, turning from the view. The door opened to reveal Frigga, the All-Mother, her serene presence immediately softening the tension in the room. "My son," she said warmly, crossing to join him at the balcony. "Your father tells me you have declined the invitation to join tonight's feast." Thor nodded, somewhat reluctantly. "The company would be welcome, but I find little appetite for celebration these days." Frigga studied him with eyes that had watched him grow from child to warrior to protector of realms. "You carry the weight of 9 worlds on your shoulders, Thor. Even the mightiest oak will bend if it never knows the respite of gentle seasons." "There is always another battle," Thor replied, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "Always another threat that requires Mjolnir's answer. And there always will be," Frigga agreed, placing a hand on his arm. "But a warrior who never sheathes his sword becomes nothing more than his blade. You are more than Mjolnir, my son. Perhaps it is time you remembered that." Thor met his mother's gaze, seeing the wisdom and concern there. "What would you have me do? I cannot simply set aside my responsibilities." Frigga smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that held the knowledge of ages. "There is a place, in Vanaheim, where even gods may find respite. A sacred grove tended by the Vanir since before Asgard and Vanaheim made peace. It is said that those who enter with an honest heart leave with a renewed spirit." "Vanaheim," Thor echoed thoughtfully. "The realm of the Vanir gods, masters of fertility, wisdom, and foresight, had long been allied with Asgard. Unlike the thunder and warfare that defined much of Aesir culture, the Vanir were deeply connected to the natural world, to growth and renewal. You believe such a place could offer what I seek?" "I believe," Frigga replied carefully, "that sometimes we must look beyond the familiar to find what we truly need. And I know that even the god of thunder must occasionally put down his hammer if he wishes to remain worthy of lifting it." The truth in her words resonated within Thor. He had faced countless external foes, but this internal battle, against his own restlessness, against the constant call to action that had become so much a part of him, was one he had never fully confronted. "How would I find this grove?" he asked finally. Frigga's expression brightened. "Heimdall knows the way. The grove welcomes those who arrive without weapon or armor, as guest rather than warrior." Thor glanced down at Mjolnir, the faithful hammer that had been his constant companion through countless battles. The thought of setting it aside, even temporarily, created an unexpected tightness in his chest. "Without Mjolnir?" he asked, unable to keep the note of uncertainty from his voice. "The hammer will await your return," Frigga assured him. "Some journeys must be taken with open hands rather than clenched fists." Thor considered her words, looking out once more at the peaceful evening settling over Asgard. Perhaps there was wisdom in this counsel, a different kind of strength to be found than that which he had always relied upon. "Very well," he decided, straightening with new resolve. "I will seek out this grove. If there is peace to be found in Vanaheim, I would welcome it." Frigga smiled, touching his cheek in a gesture reminiscent of his childhood. "Rest is not surrender, my son. Sometimes it is the greatest victory of all." The journey to Vanaheim began at Himinbjorg, Heimdall's fortress at the edge of Asgard, where the Bifrost bridge extended out into the cosmos. The all-seeing guardian stood as ever at his post, golden eyes fixed on distant stars and realms beyond ordinary sight. "Heimdall," Thor greeted him, the familiar weight of Mjolnir noticeably absent from his belt. In its place, he carried only a simple traveling pack. His usual armor had been exchanged for a plain tunic and trousers, making him appear more like a common traveler than the Prince of Asgard. "Thor Odinson," Heimdall acknowledged with a slight nod. "The All-Mother has spoken to me of your journey." "Then you know where I must go," Thor replied. Heimdall's golden gaze seemed to look through Thor rather than at him. "I see all paths through the 9 realms, but the path you truly seek lies within, not without." Thor had known Heimdall long enough to recognize when the Guardian spoke with purpose beyond simple conversation. "The grove in Vanaheim, will it show me this inner path? The grove of twilight whispers shows each visitor what they need, not necessarily what they seek," Heimdall replied cryptically. "It has stood since before my watch began. The Vanir tend it still, though few now remember its oldest purposes. And how shall I find it once I reach Vanaheim?" Heimdall turned slightly, facing the swirling cosmos beyond the Bifrost. "When you arrive, follow the western river until you reach a forest of silver birch. At its heart, where 3 streams meet beneath the shadow of the world tree's root, you will find the entrance to the grove." His expression softened almost imperceptibly. "But know this, Odinson. The true entrance lies not in finding the physical place, but in the state of the heart that approaches it." Thor nodded, accepting this counsel without fully understanding it. Throughout his long life, he had learned that some wisdom revealed itself only through experience. "I am ready," he stated simply, standing tall before the Bifrost's gateway. Heimdall stepped to the center of the circular chamber and placed his great sword in the mechanism that controlled the Bifrost. "Safe journey, Thor Odinson. May you find what you need." The rainbow bridge activated, its energies swirling around Thor in a brilliant display of cosmic light. The familiar sensation of Bifrost travel engulfed him. The rush of movement without moving, of seeing everything and nothing simultaneously. For a breathless moment he existed everywhere and nowhere, stretched across the vastness of Yggdrasil's branches. Then, with the gentleness of a leaf settling on still water, Thor arrived in Vanaheim. The difference from Asgard was immediately apparent, where his home realm shone with golden splendor and majesty. Vanaheim embraced a softer beauty. He stood on a grassy hillside, overlooking a vast landscape of rolling meadows and ancient forests. The air itself felt different, richer somehow, filled with the scent of growing things and fertile earth. Above, twin moons hung in a twilight sky that seemed permanently caught in that magical moment between day and night. Neither fully one nor the other. Thor took a deep breath, allowing the peace of the place to wash over him. Already something within him responded to this land. Perhaps the part of him that came from Njord, the earth goddess who was his mother by birth. He had visited Vanaheim before, of course, but always as warrior or diplomat. Never like this, alone and unarmed, seeking not battle or alliance, but something far more personal. Remembering Heimdall's directions, Thor oriented himself by the setting sun and began walking toward the western horizon. Before long, he glimpsed the sparkle of water through the tall grasses. A river, just as Heimdall had described, winding its way through the landscape like a silver thread. The river led him through meadows where wildflowers grew in such profusion that each step released a cloud of subtle fragrance. Small creatures, sensing no threat from the passing god, continued their evening activities undisturbed. Birds swooped low over the water catching insects. Rabbits watched curiously from the safety of their burrows, and once a magnificent stag regarded Thor with ancient eyes before bounding away into the twilight. As the twin moons rose higher, casting their silver beauty light across the landscape, Thor finally saw the forest Heimdall had mentioned. The silver birches stood like sentinels at the edge of a vast woodland, their white trunks luminous in the moonlight, their leaves whispering secrets as a gentle breeze passed through them. Thor paused at the forest's edge, struck by an unexpected feeling of hesitation. Without Mjolnir at his side or armor to protect him, he felt strangely vulnerable. Not physically, for even without his hammer, his godly strength remained, but in some deeper, less definable way. He was entering this place not as Thor, god of thunder, but simply as Thor, a being in search of something he could not name. The true entrance lies not in finding the physical place, but in the state of the heart that approaches it, Heimdall had said. Perhaps this was what the Guardian had meant. Taking another deep breath, Thor stepped beneath the canopy of the silver birches. Inside the forest, the quality of light changed, filtered through countless leaves to create a dappled pattern on the forest floor. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of moss and rich soil and growing things. The sound of the river remained his guide, though now it was joined by the gentle symphony of the forest at twilight, the rustle of leaves, the occasional call of night birds, the soft padding of unseen creatures through the underbrush. Thor followed the river deeper into the forest, noticing how the trees grew older and more majestic the further he traveled. The silver birches gradually gave way to ancient oaks and ash trees, their massive trunks speaking of centuries of slow, patient growth. The forest floor became a carpet of soft moss that cushioned his steps and seemed to glow with a faint luminescence in the deepening night. After what might have been hours, or merely moments, for time itself seemed to flow differently in this place, Thor heard the musical sound of water meeting water. Following this new sound, he emerged into a clearing where, just as Heimdall had foretold, 3 streams converged beneath the massive root of what could only be a manifestation of Idrasil itself. The world tree's root arched overhead like a natural bridge, vast beyond comprehension, yet somehow perfectly scaled to the clearing it sheltered. Beneath it, the 3 streams met in a small, perfectly circular pool, whose surface reflected the twin moons and countless stars with mirror-like perfection. Around the clearing, trees of species Thor had never seen before stood in a protective circle, their branches intertwining overhead to create a living cathedral. The air here was different again, not just the clean scent of forest, but something older, something that spoke of deep magic and ancient wisdom. Thor stood at the edge of the clearing, suddenly certain that he had found the grove of twilight whispers. As if in confirmation, a soft voice spoke from the far side of the pool. "Welcome, son of Odin." Thor turned to see a figure emerge from between 2 ancient trees. At first glance, the being appeared to be an elderly man with a long white beard and simple robes the color of forest shadows. But as he approached, Thor realized that the figure was both more and less than human. His skin had the texture of bark, his hair and beard resembled fine silver moss, and his eyes held the deep green of summer leaves with flecks of gold like sunlight through a canopy. "I am Njord," the figure introduced himself with a slight bow. "Guardian of this grove and keeper of its ancient peace." Thor bowed in return, recognizing the name of one of the most revered of the Vanir gods. "I thank you for your welcome, Lord Njord. I come seeking..." He paused, unsure how to express what had brought him to this place. Njord's weathered face creased in a gentle smile. "I know what you seek, Thunder God, even if you yourself do not yet have words for it. You stand at the threshold of the grove of twilight whispers, where even gods may find respite from the burdens they carry." He gestured toward the pool at the center of the clearing. "These waters reflect more than just the sky above. They show the heart of those who gaze upon them. Would you look, Thor Odinson, and see what they reveal to you?" Thor approached the pool cautiously. Its still surface reflected his face with perfect clarity in the moonlight, but as he continued to gaze into its depths, the reflection began to change. He saw himself in battle, Mjolnir raised high. He saw himself in counsel with Odin and the other Aesir. He saw himself protecting Midgard from countless threats. In each image, his expression remained the same, determined, focused, powerful, but also increasingly weary beneath the strength. "You carry the weight of your duty well," Njord observed, coming to stand beside him at the pool's edge. "Perhaps too well, for you have begun to forget that even the strongest shield must sometimes be set aside." "I am the protector of the realms," Thor replied, still watching the shifting images in the water. "If I set aside my strength, who will stand against the threats that never cease?" "A valid question," Njord acknowledged. "Yet consider this. Does a warrior who never rests eventually become a danger to those he protects? Does strength without renewal ultimately become weakness?" The images in the pool shifted again, showing Thor in moments he had almost forgotten. Laughing with friends at feast, listening to skalds tell tales of adventure, watching a sunset from Asgard's golden towers with wonder rather than vigilance. Simple moments of peace amidst his warrior's life. "The grove offers no easy answers," Njord continued. "Only the opportunity to remember what may have been forgotten in the clamor of duty and expectation. If you wish to enter fully, you must leave behind not just your hammer and armor, but also the weight of being Thor, god of thunder. if only for a time. Thor looked up from the pool to meet Njord's ancient gaze. And how does one leave behind what has become the very essence of oneself? Njord's smile deepened, crinkling the bark-like texture of his face, by remembering that before you were the god of thunder, before you were Odin's son or Asgard's champion, you were simply yourself, a being of consciousness and potential like any other. He gestured toward an opening between two massive trees that Thor hadn't noticed before. The heart of the grove lies beyond. Enter with an open mind, and perhaps you will rediscover what has been obscured by the mantle you carry. Thor straightened, squaring his shoulders as if preparing for battle, before catching himself with a rueful smile. Even here, his instincts remained those of a warrior. Perhaps that was precisely what Njord meant. He had worn his role for so long that it had become difficult to separate the thunder god from the being beneath. "I will try," he promised, approaching the pathway Njord had indicated. "That is all anyone can do," Njord replied sagely. "Even gods." As Thor passed between the ancient trees, the atmosphere changed subtly. The air grew warmer, filled with a sweet fragrance like honey and summer herbs. The path beneath his feet transitioned from forest moss to soft, silver-green grass that seemed to embrace each step. Above, the canopy opened to reveal a sky where stars burned with impossible brightness, casting enough light to illuminate the glade he had entered. This inner sanctum of the grove was a perfect circle of gently rolling land, surrounded by trees whose species Thor could not identify. Their bark shimmered with an inner light, and their leaves rustled with whispers that almost, but not quite, formed words in languages older than time itself. At the center of the glade stood a single tree, larger and more ancient than any Thor had ever encountered. Unlike the others, this central tree bore no leaves. Its massive trunk and sprawling branches were silvery white, resembling the bones of some primordial being more than living wood. Yet it was unquestionably alive. Thor could sense a vast consciousness within it, sleeping yet aware, ancient beyond reckoning. As Thor approached this central tree, the whispers from the surrounding grove grew more distinct, forming a gentle chorus that seemed to welcome him while urging caution and respect. The silver-white tree itself remained silent, but Thor felt its awareness shift slightly toward him, like an ancient being opening one eye to regard an unexpected visitor. At the base of the great tree lay a circular depression in the earth, lined with the same soft silver-green grass that covered the glade. It formed a natural seat, perfectly sized for a being of Thor's stature. Without being told, Thor understood that this was where he was meant to rest. Settling himself at the base of the ancient tree, Thor straightened his back and placed his hands on his knees, assuming a position of meditation he had observed but rarely practiced himself. The moment he closed his eyes, the whispering of the grove changed tone, becoming rhythmic, like the drawing and release of breath. "Listen," a voice seemed to say, though whether it came from the trees or from within his own mind, Thor could not tell. "Listen to the breath of the world." Thor focused on the rhythmic sound, allowing his own breathing to synchronize with it. Inhale as the whispers rose, exhale as they fell, so simple, yet requiring a conscious attention that he rarely gave to such an automatic function. "The first lesson," the voice continued, "is presence. You exist in this moment, neither in the battles of yesterday nor the conflicts of tomorrow. Only here, only now." The concept was foreign to Thor's warrior mindset, which constantly evaluated past victories for future strategies. always anticipating the next threat. To exist solely in the present moment felt strangely vulnerable, like lowering a shield in the midst of battle. Yet as he continued to breathe in rhythm with the grove, Thor began to notice details he would ordinarily overlook. The subtle variations in the whispering leaves, the warmth of the earth beneath him, the play of starlight through branches, the coolness of air filling his lungs. Each sensation existed in perfect detail for a moment before transitioning to the next. A continuous flow of experience, unmarred by concern for what had been or what might come. Time passed differently in the heart of the grove. What might have been minutes or hours seemed simultaneously brief and eternal. Thor remained seated at the base of the ancient tree, his consciousness expanding in ways he had never experienced through battle or feasting, or any of the other activities that typically filled his existence. Gradually, a new awareness crept into his meditation. A subtle tension in his shoulders, a tightness in his jaw that he maintained even here, in this place of perfect safety. The habits of vigilance ran deep, it seemed. The second lesson, the voice whispered, is release. That which you hold holds you in turn. With this prompt, Thor consciously relaxed his shoulders, unclenched his jaw, released the subtle battle readiness that had become so natural he no longer noticed its constant presence. The effect was immediate and profound, a wave of relief washing through his body, as if he had put down a weight carried for so long he'd forgotten it was not part of himself. This is what it means to truly rest, the voice continued. Not merely the absence of activity, but the presence of peace. Thor found himself smiling at the simplicity and profundity of this statement. How long had it been since he had known true peace? Not the temporary respite between conflicts, but the deep-rooted serenity that came from within rather than without. As this question formed in his mind, the great tree against which he leaned seemed to respond. A warmth spread from its trunk into Thor's back, and with it came images, not like the visions in Njord's pool, but more like memories, though not all were his own. He saw a much younger version of himself, barely more than a child by Asgardian standards, sitting beside a stream in a sun-dappled forest. His small hands worked intently, weaving reeds into what might charitably be called a basket, though its crooked form would hold little. Nearby, a woman watched with loving eyes. Frigga, teaching patience through simple crafts. The scene shifted to a hall in Asgard, where an adolescent Thor sat unusually still, entranced by a visiting skald whose tales of ancient heroes held the young god spellbound. For those hours, the restless energy that typically defined him had been quieted by the simple power of story. Another shift brought an image of Thor in his early adulthood, lying on his back atop one of Asgard's golden towers, watching cosmic energies paint the night sky in rippling curtains of color. His expression in that moment held wonder rather than assessment, appreciation rather than analysis of potential threat. These moments of peace had existed throughout his life, Thor realized, not absent, but increasingly overshadowed by duty and expectation as he grew into his role as Asgard's defender. The capacity for stillness had always been within him. It had simply been forgotten, like a language once known but fallen into disuse. The third lesson, the voice whispered, is remembrance. What seems lost may simply be waiting to be rediscovered. With these words, the ancient tree's presence in Thor's mind deepened. The images now came not from his own past, but from a consciousness far older than his own. Thor experienced, as if they were his own memories, the slow turning of countless seasons, the patient growth from sapling to ancient sentinel, the deep peace of roots spreading through welcoming soil, while branches reached towards stars that wheeled in cosmic dance. Time measured not in days or years, but in centuries, millennia. The perspective of a being for whom 100 years passed like a single day for a god, and 1,000 years like a handful of moments. Not a lesser awareness than Thor's own, but fundamentally different, broader, deeper, infinitely more patient. This is how a tree knows rest, the voice explained, not as cessation, but as steady being. Growth continues, leaves fall and return, storms come and pass, yet the tree remains, rooted in the eternal now. Thor opened his eyes, understanding blossoming within him. The grove around him seemed more vibrant now, every detail sharper, every whisper clearer. The ancient silver-white tree loomed above, majestic in its stillness, powerful not despite its immobility, but because of it. I begin to understand. Thor spoke aloud for the first time since entering the heart of the grove. True rest is not weakness, but a different kind of strength. As if in response to his words, a gentle breeze passed through the glade, setting the leaves to dancing and casting moving patterns of starlight across the silver-green grass. The whispers of the grove rose briefly in what felt like approval, or perhaps encouragement. Thor closed his eyes once more, settling deeper into his meditation. This time, rather than receiving guidance from the voice or visions from the tree, he simply existed in the moment, fully present in a way he had not been since childhood. His breath synchronized naturally with the rhythm of the grove, his heartbeat slowed to match some deeper cosmic pulse that flowed through the roots beneath him, and a profound sense of connection replaced the isolation he hadn't realized he carried. In that stillness, Thor found not emptiness, but fullness. A direct experience of life, unfiltered by expectation or identity. He was not the god of thunder in this moment, nor Odin's son, nor Asgard's champion. He was simply a conscious being among countless others, sharing in the great mystery of existence. How long he remained in this state, Thor could not have said. Time itself seemed an arbitrary concept within the heart of the grove. Eventually, however, he became aware of a gentle touch on his shoulder. Opening his eyes, he found Njord standing before him. The ancient Vanir's expression one of quiet approval. "You have done well, Thor Odinson," Njord said softly. Few who enter the heart of the grove achieve such stillness on their first visit. Thor rose to his feet, surprised to find his body light and energized, despite having sat immobile for what must have been hours. No stiffness troubled his muscles, no fog clouded his mind. Quite the opposite. He felt clearer, more present, more wholly himself than he had in longer than he could remember. "I had forgotten that such peace was possible," Thor admitted, glancing up at the great silver-white tree with newfound respect. "Or perhaps I never truly knew it at all." Njord nodded in understanding. "When one wields the hammer of storms, it is easy to forget the calm at the eye of the tempest. Yet both are essential aspects of the same power." He gestured toward the path that had brought Thor to this inner sanctum. "Dawn approaches in the outer world. Would you walk with me as I tend to the grove's morning rituals?" Thor nodded, falling into step beside the ancient Vanir as they followed a different path than the one he had entered by. This new trail wound among trees that seemed to grow more awake as they passed, their luminescence dimming as true daylight began to filter through the canopy above. The lessons you have begun to learn here need not end when you leave this place, Njord observed as they walked. The capacity for stillness remains within you, regardless of where you journey. But how does one maintain such peace amidst battle? Thor asked. When threats arise that must be answered with strength. Njord smiled, his bark-like features crinkling in the growing light. Consider the mighty oak in a storm. Its branches may whip and bend with violent force, yet its core remains steady, its roots unmoved. Action need not preclude centeredness. They emerged into a smaller clearing, where a natural spring bubbled up from between moss-covered stones, forming a stream that presumably joined one of the 3 Thor had seen at the grove's entrance. Njord knelt beside the spring, cupping his hands beneath the clear water before raising them to his lips, drinking deeply. He gestured for Thor to do the same. The water tasted like nothing Thor had ever experienced, impossibly pure, carrying subtle flavors of minerals and earth, with an underlying sweetness reminiscent of summer fruit. As he drank, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, as if every cell were being gently awakened and refreshed. The waters of the grove carry its essence, Njord explained, seeing Thor's reaction. They remind the body of its connection to the greater whole. In ancient days, even Odin came here to drink before undertaking his longest journeys. This revelation surprised Thor. His father had never mentioned visits to this sacred place, though that was perhaps unsurprising. Odin kept many experiences to himself, revealing only what he deemed necessary for others to know. As they continued their morning walk, Njord stopped occasionally to tend to plants that grew along the path, straightening a bent stem here, removing a withered leaf there, murmuring quiet words of encouragement to seedlings just breaking through the soil. His movements were unhurried yet perfectly efficient, each action flowing naturally into the next with no wasted effort. This too is a form of meditation, the Vanir explained without pausing in his work. Mindful action in service to life. Thor observed carefully, seeing how Njord moved through the grove not as separate from it, but as an integrated part of its existence. There was a lesson here as well, he realized, about the relationship between beings and their environment, about care as a form of strength, about service as a path to purpose. In Asgard, Thor reflected aloud, we honor the warrior's path above all. Strength in battle, courage in the face of enemies, unyielding will against opposition. These are the virtues we celebrate in our sagas and songs. Njord nodded as he gently freed a sapling from the strangling grip of an overgrown vine. And these are worthy virtues, for they have their season and purpose. The Vanir do not deny the necessity of protection and defense. He straightened, fixing Thor with his ancient leaf-green gaze. Yet consider, what are you protecting if not life itself? And how can you truly value what you defend if you never fully experience its nature? The question resonated deeply within Thor. How often had he fought to protect realms and peoples without taking time to truly know what he was fighting for? His visits to Midgard, for instance, were almost exclusively in response to threats. He rarely lingered to experience the richness of human existence when no danger loomed. I believe, Thor said slowly, thinking as he spoke, that I have been half blind, seeing duty without its purpose, battle without its meaning. He looked around at the grove, now fully illuminated by morning light that transformed its mysterious nighttime beauty into equally captivating daytime splendor. This place has given me more than rest, it has given me perspective. Njord smiled, his ancient face alight with genuine pleasure. Then you have received the grove's greatest gift. Many come seeking mere relief from weariness, but few recognize the deeper offering, a renewed understanding of why we walk the paths we have chosen. Their circuit of the grove had brought them back toward the entrance, where the three streams met beneath Yggdrasil's root. The pool at their convergence now caught morning light rather than moonlight, its surface dancing with bright reflections, rather than the still, mirror-like quality of the previous night. "Before you return to your duties," Njord said, "there is one final tradition observed by those who visit the Grove of Twilight Whispers." From within his robes, he produced a small object that he handed to Thor. It was a seed, larger than an acorn but similar in shape, with a pearlescent surface that seemed to shift colors as it caught the light. Despite its small size, it carried a surprising weight in Thor's palm, as if it contained more substance than its dimensions suggested. "This is a seed from the heart tree itself," Njord explained, indicating the great silver-white tree at the center of the inner sanctum. "Such seeds are given only rarely, and only to those the grove itself deems worthy. Plant it where you wish to create a place of peace, and a daughter tree will grow. Not as vast or ancient as its parent, but carrying something of its essence." Thor curled his fingers carefully around the seed, recognizing the significance of such a gift. "I am honored beyond words, Lord Njord. I will ensure it finds worthy soil." "I believe you will," Njord agreed. "And when the pressures of your duties threaten to overwhelm, you might visit the place where it grows. Even a moment in the presence of such a tree can help one remember the stillness at the core of all things." They had reached the very edge of the grove now, where the forest of silver birches began once more. Thor could see the meadows beyond, bathed in morning light, the river continuing its journey through the landscape. "The path back to the Bifrost site lies that way," Njord said, pointing along the river's course. "Though if you wish to remain longer, the grove welcomes your presence." Thor held on to him for a moment. Part of him longed to stay, to explore more deeply the peace he had found in this place. Yet he also felt a renewed sense of purpose, an eagerness to return to his responsibilities with fresh perspective. "I must return," he decided finally. "There are duties that await me, but I will carry what I have learned here with me." Njord bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "Then, until our paths cross again, Thor Odinson, may you find the balance between action and stillness, between strength and peace, between protecting life and living it fully yourself." Thor returned the bow with deep respect. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Njord. Vanaheim is fortunate in its guardians." With these parting words, Thor turned and began his journey back through the forest of silver birches. The seed rested safely in a pouch at his belt, its weight a constant reminder of the grove's gift. His steps were measured and deliberate now, aware of the ground beneath his feet, the air against his skin, the sounds and scents of the forest around him, present in a way he had rarely been before. When he reached the meadows beyond the forest, Thor paused to look back. From this distance, the Grove of Twilight Whispers appeared as simply another woodland in Vanaheim's landscape, its extraordinary nature hidden from casual observation. Yet Thor knew that appearances could be deceiving. The most profound experiences often came wrapped in ordinary seeming, just as the mightiest oak began as an unremarkable acorn. The journey back to the Bifrost site gave Thor time to consider where he might plant the precious seed he carried. Asgard seemed the obvious choice, perhaps near his personal chambers where he could visit it daily. Yet something about this felt wrong. Too private, too exclusive for a gift meant to bring peace to more than just himself. As Thor walked, an idea began to form in his mind. There was a place on Midgard, a high promontory overlooking both mountains and sea, where he had occasionally paused during his journeys. The site was remote enough to remain undisturbed by human activity, yet accessible to those who might truly seek its solace. There, a daughter of the heart tree could grow, offering its gifts to any who approached with open minds and peaceful intentions, whether they be gods, mortals, or other beings who walked between realms. Yes, Thor decided. That would be the perfect location, a bridge between worlds, just as he himself often served as a bridge between the concerns of gods and the needs of mortals. By the time he reached the Bifrost site, the twin suns of Vanaheim were high in the sky. Thor stood at the center of the intricate pattern burned into the ground by the Rainbow Bridge's previous activation, ready to return to Asgard and, eventually, to the responsibilities that awaited him there. But he would return changed, not weakened as he might once have feared, but strengthened in ways that had nothing to do with physical might or storm-calling power. The capacity for stillness that he had rediscovered would serve him as faithfully as Mjolnir, though in different circumstances and toward different ends. Emdal, Thor called, knowing the all-seeing guardian would hear him across the vast distances between realms. I am ready to return. The sky above him darkened as clouds gathered with supernatural speed. A column of rainbow light descended, enveloping Thor in its brilliance. As the Bifrost transported him home, Thor carried with him not just the seed from the heart tree, but the seeds of a new understanding. That true strength encompassed not only the power to change what must be changed, but also the wisdom to accept what merely is, and the discernment to know the difference between the two. When Thor materialized in Heimdall's observatory at the edge of Asgard, the Guardian regarded him with knowing golden eyes. You found what you sought, Heimdall observed. It was not a question. I found what I needed, Thor corrected with a smile, though it was not what I thought I sought. Heimdall nodded, a rare smile briefly crossing his usually stoic features. Such is often the way of the grove. Thor clasped forearms with the Guardian in the traditional warrior's greeting, then turned toward the rainbow bridge that would take him back to Asgard proper. In the distance, the golden spires of the realm eternal gleamed in the sunlight, as magnificent as ever, yet somehow different, through Thor's renewed perspective. Not just a fortress to be defended, but a home to be cherished, not merely a symbol of power, but a center of life in all its complexity. Mjolnir awaited him in his chambers, faithful hammer ready to be wielded once more against whatever threats might arise. Thor would take it up again, resuming his role as protector with undiminished commitment. But now, alongside the thunder and lightning that were his birthright, he carried a new power, the quiet strength of stillness, the deepening roots of patience, the towering resilience that comes not from resistance, but from acceptance. The god of thunder walked the rainbow bridge toward home, his step light despite the weighty understanding he now carried. Above him, galaxies wheeled in their cosmic dance, while below, the waters of infinity cascaded over the edge of Asgard into the void, and somewhere in the vast branches of Yggdrasil, the grove of twilight whispers continued its ancient existence, offering its gifts to those who approached with honest hearts, gods and mortals alike. In his palm, Thor felt the subtle pulse of the heart tree's seed, life waiting patiently for its moment to grow, power held in perfect balance between potential and manifestation. Much like peace itself, he reflected, always available to those who sought it with sincere intention, always waiting just beneath the surface of even the most turbulent existence. The golden gates of Asgard opened before him, and Thor, renewed in spirit if not changed in appearance, returned to the duties and relationships that defined his place in the cosmos. But he carried with him now a piece of Vanaheim's tranquility, not as a memory that would fade with time, but as a living practice that would continue to grow and deepen, like the daughter tree he would soon plant on that distant Midgard promontory, a bridge between realms, and a reminder of the peace that lies at the heart of all things. As Thor departed from the sacred grove of Twilight Whispers, the seed of the heart tree safely tucked against his side, his thoughts turned toward the connection between realms. The peace he had discovered in Vanaheim's tranquil forest had transformed him, teaching him that true strength could be found in stillness as well as action. The god of thunder gazed up at the vast expanse of stars visible from the Bifrost site, pondering where next his journeys might take him. While the forests of Vanaheim had offered their wisdom through ancient trees and whispering leaves, there were other elemental forces in the 9 realms, each with their own profound lessons to impart. "Deceive," Thor murmured to himself, remembering tales his mother Frigga had told him in childhood. Aegir's domain holds mysteries as deep as any forest grove. The thought settled comfortably in his mind as the Bifrost activated, rainbow light engulfing him for the journey back to Asgard. Perhaps after planting the heart tree's seed on that promontory overlooking Midgard's ocean, he might seek wisdom not from the land, but from the vast waters that surrounded it. Aegir, the ancient sea god, keeper of the brewing cauldron and host to both Aesir and Vanir in his underwater halls. What insights might his realm offer to one who had begun to understand the value of depths beneath surfaces? As Thor materialized in Hengdal's observatory, this new possibility shimmered in his thoughts like sunlight on waves. The tranquility of Vanaheim would remain with him, a foundation upon which new understanding could build, but the rhythmic depths of Aegir's domain called with their own siren song of mystery and wonder. The oceanic dream awaited, its tides already pulling at the edges of Thor's consciousness, promising new horizons beyond the forest's edge. The great hall of Valhalla echoed with the sounds of celebration. Warriors laughed and feasted, their voices rising to the rafters in song and story. At the high table, Odin watched over his Einherjar, his single eye gleaming with satisfaction at their merriment. Beside him, Thor sat in uncharacteristic silence, his usually boisterous demeanor subdued. The god of thunder's mighty hands rested heavily on the table before him, and though a full flagon of mead remained untouched at his elbow, his gaze seemed fixed on something distant, beyond the walls of the hall. Odin observed his son for a long moment before speaking. "Your thoughts wander far from our feast tonight," he noted, his voice low enough that only Thor could hear him over the revelry. Thor stirred, turning to meet his father's penetrating stare. "Forgive me," he said, straightening his shoulders. "I find myself weary." The admission seemed to cost him something, as though acknowledging fatigue was itself a form of defeat. Thor, son of Odin, god of thunder and protector of both Asgard and Midgard, was not one to recognize limits in himself, or at least not one to speak of them aloud. Odin's weathered face softened slightly. "Even the mightiest river must sometimes slow its course," he said. "You have fought many battles in recent moons. Jotunheim's frost giants, Surtur's fiery minions, the dwarven forgers to reclaim the Heartstone. Each victory earned through strength and will. Thor nodded slowly, his hand moving unconsciously to Mjolnir, which hung at his belt. The hammer seemed to pulse faintly, as if in agreement with Odin's words. There is always another threat, another challenge that requires Mjolnir's thunder, Thor said. I do not resent this duty, Father. I embrace it. And yet the warrior who never rests eventually falls, Odin finished for him. This is not weakness, my son. This is wisdom. Around them, the celebration continued unabated. Warriors reenacted their greatest battles, their exaggerated movements casting huge shadows on the walls. Valkyries moved amongst the tables, refilling flagons and joining in songs of heroism and glory. None seemed to notice the quiet conversation between the All-Father and his son. What would you have me do? Thor asked finally. I cannot simply set aside my responsibilities. If enemies of Asgard sense hesitation or absence, Vibert will find other defenders ready. Odin interrupted. Asgard does not rely solely on your hammer, formidable though it is. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. There are different forms of renewal, different paths to restoration. For some, battle itself provides the necessary fire. For others, contemplation and stillness offer what is needed. Thor looked skeptical. Stillness has never been my strength. A rare smile crossed Odin's face. Perhaps that is precisely why you require it now. He leaned closer. I received word from Heimdall this morning. Aegir sends an invitation. Egil? Thor's interest visibly quickened at the mention of the ancient sea god. What business does the Lord of the Ocean Depths have with Asgard? Not with Asgard, Odin corrected. With you specifically. He extends an offer of hospitality, a respite among the waves, away from the constant vigilance required here. Thor frowned. Is this your doing, Father? Did you suggest this invitation? Odin shook his head. The sea god's wisdom works in its own currents, much like my own. That your need and his offer align speaks of greater patterns, perhaps. He gestured around the hall. You find no rest here, surrounded by reminders of battle and duty. Perhaps the rhythm of Aegir's realm offers what Valhalla cannot. Thor considered this, turning the flagon before him without drinking. The thought of leaving Asgard, of temporarily stepping away from his role as protector, both unsettled and tempted him. The constant readiness, the vigilance required of Asgard's greatest warrior, had worn grooves in his spirit like water cutting through stone over centuries. How long has it been since you truly rested, my son? Odin asked quietly. Not merely between battles, but deeply, completely, allowing your mind the same renewal you grant your body through food and drink. Thor had no immediate answer. Time flowed differently for the Aesir than for mortal beings, but even measured against their long lives, it had been... He could not recall. The realization disturbed him more than he expected. Aegir's invitation is well-timed, Thor admitted finally. Though I wonder what the sea god seeks in return. His generosity typically comes with expectation. Odin nodded, acknowledging the truth in Thor's caution. Aegir, ancient and powerful, ruler of the ocean depths, was known for his magnificent feasts and generous hospitality, but also for his subtle bargains and long memory for both favors and slights. Hamflager's only change mentions only that the sea has been restless of late, Odin said. Perhaps he seeks assurance that Asgard remains watchful of all realms, including his watery domain. Or perhaps the All-Father paused, his single eye distant with thought. Perhaps even gods as old as the oceans themselves occasionally desire company that understands the weight of great power and responsibility. Thor absorbed this, still uncertain, and if urgent need arises while I am in Aegir's realm, Heimdall's gaze penetrates even the deepest waters, Odin assured him, and you would hardly be the first of the Aesir to answer a summons from battle while enjoying Aegir's hospitality. Decision crystallized in Thor's mind, his natural decisiveness reasserting itself. Very well, I will accept Aegir's invitation for a time. He straightened, some of his customary confidence returning. When does the sea god expect an answer? The tide that will carry you to his halls reaches Asgard's shore at dawn, Odin replied. A ship awaits that none need sail, for it knows its own course through Aegir's domain. Thor raised an eyebrow at this. Convenient, he noted, a touch of his usual wry humor returning. Though I confess some disappointment, navigating uncertain waters has its own satisfaction. I suspect you will find other challenges in Aegir's realm, Odin said. Not all tests come in the form of enemies to be defeated, my son. Thor nodded, accepting both the wisdom and the warning in his father's words. He raised his flagon at last, drinking deeply before standing. Then I shall prepare for morning's journey. If I am to be a guest in the sea god's hall, I should bring gifts worthy of his hospitality. Odin inclined his head in approval. A wise approach. Aegir appreciates thoughtful offerings, particularly those that show understanding of his nature. Thor moved to leave but paused at his father's next words. Remember, Thor. True strength sometimes lies in surrender, not resistance. The mightiest oak that refuses to bend may break in storms that the supple reeds survive. Thor considered this cryptic advice, recognizing it as one of the rare occasions when Odin shared the deeper wisdom gained through his own sacrifices and trials. He acknowledged it with a respectful nod before striding from the hall, his mind already turning to preparations for the unexpected journey ahead. The sound of celebration faded behind him as Thor made his way through Asgard's golden passages, his footsteps echoing against polished floors. Guards inclined their heads as he passed, but none interrupted his thoughtful solitude. Word of his imminent departure would spread quickly enough without his announcement. In his chambers, Thor moved with practiced efficiency, selecting only what was necessary for his journey. Unlike many of the Aesir, he preferred simplicity in his personal belongings. Mjolnir, of course, would accompany him. The hammer was as much a part of him as his own arm. Beyond that, he chose a cloak that could withstand both sea spray and deeper submersion. Boots crafted by dwarven artisans to adapt to their wearers' needs, and a simple change of clothing. For Aegir's gifts, Thor considered longer. The sea god's tastes were refined through eons of collecting treasures from every realm touched by water, which was to say, all of them. What could the god of thunder offer that the lord of the ocean depths would truly value? Duration came, as Thor's gaze fell upon a small chest, nearly forgotten on a high shelf. Inside lay artifacts from his many journeys across the 9 realms. Not trophies of battle, but smaller remembrances. Stones with unusual properties, seeds from remarkable plants. Fragments that held stories rather than obvious value. From this collection, Thor selected 3 items: a perfectly spherical stone from Muspelheim, that, despite its fiery origin, remained cool to the touch and seemed to capture the essence of stars in its depths. A vial of rare air from the highest peak in Alfheim, said to carry whispers of elven songs to those who knew how to listen, and a small piece of metal from Nidavellir that resonated with harmonic tones when touched by water, creating melodies no composer had written. These he arranged carefully in a simple wooden box, carved with his own symbol, a lightning bolt crossed with a hammer. Aegir, who appreciated the unique and the meaningful over mere displays of wealth, would understand the consideration behind such gifts. Preparations complete, Thor moved to his balcony, gazing out over Asgard's eternal twilight. The golden city spread before him, its spires reaching towards stars that seemed close enough to touch. In the distance, the rainbow bridge stretched toward Heimdall's observatory, a constant reminder of the connections between the 9 realms that it was his duty to protect. From this vantage, Thor could just make out the shoreline where the waters of Asgard met the cosmic sea, the boundary where Aegir's influence began. Tomorrow he would cross that threshold, temporarily exchanging the responsibilities of the god of thunder for the uncommon experience of being merely a guest in another's realm. The thought was both unsettling and, unexpectedly, appealing. Thor watched the distant waters shimmer under Asgard's celestial light and allowed himself to wonder what awaited him in Aegir's domain. What forms of rest he might find in the endless rhythm of the ocean's depths. With dawn's first light sliding across Asgard's golden spires, Thor stood at the shore where the enchanted ship awaited. The vessel was smaller than he expected, seemingly designed for a single passenger, and constructed of a pale wood that shimmered with an inner light. Intricate carvings adorned its hull, depicting scenes of ocean life so detailed that the creatures seemed to move when viewed from different angles. No oars or sail were visible, yet the boat rested perfectly stable against the pier, as if patiently awaiting its passenger. Thor secured his modest belongings and Aegir's gift in the vessel's small forward compartment, then glanced back toward the city. He had half expected someone to come bid him farewell, perhaps warriors 3 or Sift, but the shore remained empty save for himself and a few early rising seabirds that wheeled overhead. Word of his temporary departure had spread throughout Asgard's halls by nightfall, but everyone seemed to understand his need for solitude. Even Odin had said his farewells the previous evening, offering no further advice beyond a knowing look that Thor was still contemplating. Well then, Thor murmured to no one in particular, let us see what currents Aegir sends to guide me. As he stepped into the boat, it responded immediately to his presence. The wood beneath his feet warmed slightly, and the vessel eased away from the pier of its own accord, requiring neither sail to catch the wind nor oar to push against the water. It moved with fluid grace, quickly finding a current invisible to Thor's eyes that carried them steadily away from Asgard's shore. Thor settled himself in the center of the craft, Mjolnir resting beside him. Rather than feeling vulnerable without control of his journey, he found himself oddly at peace with the arrangement. There was a certain freedom in surrender to another's expertise, especially when that other was an entity as ancient and fundamental as Aegir, whose very essence was intertwined with the waters that connected all realms. As Asgard receded behind him, the character of the sea changed. The waters darkened and deepened, shifting from the familiar coastal hues to something more profound and mysterious. Above, the sky transformed as well. Asgard's eternal golden twilight gave way to a canopy of stars more numerous and brilliant than those visible from shore, creating patterns unfamiliar even to Thor's experienced eye. Time became difficult to track in this transitional space between realms. Thor found himself watching the play of starlight on water, hypnotized by patterns that formed and dissolved without repetition. The steady motion of the boat, a gentle rise and fall with occasional smooth turns as it followed its predetermined course, created a rhythm that seemed to synchronize with his breathing. Gradually, Thor became aware of subtle changes in the environment. The air carried new scents, salt, yes, but also hints of aromas he could not name, elements perhaps unique to the deepest parts of the ocean. The water's color shifted again, taking on luminescent qualities that illuminated the hull from below. Occasionally, shadowy forms moved beneath the surface, enormous shapes that could have been great sea creatures or something else entirely, but none approached the vessel or disturbed its passage. As the journey extended, Thor found his thoughts drifting like the boat itself. The constant vigilance that had become second nature began to ease, allowing his mind to wander down pathways normally closed by necessity. He remembered battles long past, friends lost and found again, quiet moments between great events that often escaped his recollection. Without conscious intent, he found himself reviewing not just recent challenges, but the longer arc of his existence, patterns and choices that had shaped him into the deity he had become. The sky above had completed its transformation, now displaying constellations entirely unknown in Asgard's night. These stars seemed to move with subtle purpose, occasionally forming momentary symbols or figures, before dissolving back into apparent randomness. Thor wondered if there were messages in these celestial shifts, communications perhaps, from Aegir himself, or from other entities that dwelled in the spaces between established realms. A sound gradually penetrated Thor's contemplative state, a low, rhythmic tone that seemed to emanate from the water itself. It reminded him vaguely of the ceremonial horns sometimes blown in Asgard's greatest halls, but with qualities unique to its watery origin. The sound grew stronger, resonating through the wooden hull and into Thor's body, vibrating at a frequency that seemed to align with his heartbeat. Ahead, where moments before there had been only open water, a form began to materialize from the misty air. First visible as merely a darker shape against the horizon, it quickly resolved into a distinctive silhouette. A massive structure that appeared to be part natural formation and part deliberate construction, rising directly from the sea, spires of coral and stone intertwined with pillars of what might have been solidified water, creating a palace both alien and strangely welcoming. As the enchanted vassal approached this extraordinary structure, Thor noted how the water surrounding it behaved differently, flowing in patterns that defied normal currents, sometimes even appearing to move upward against the natural pull of gravity. Light emanated from within the structure, not the warm gold of Asgard's halls, but a cooler blue-green radiance that pulsed with the same rhythm as the ongoing tonal sound. The boat adjusted its course with perfect precision, heading directly toward what appeared to be an opening at the water level of the palace. This entrance expanded as they approached, the surrounding materials flowing like liquid despite their apparently solid nature, creating a passage just large enough to accommodate the vessel. Thor straightened as they passed through this unusual threshold, alert but not alarmed. The boat navigated a series of winding channels that served as waterways within Aegir's domain, passing through spaces that defied Thor's understanding of architecture. Some chambers appeared boundless, with ceilings so high they disappeared into misty darkness. while others created the impression of being deep underwater despite the fact that he breathed normally. Throughout this journey through Aegir's palace, Thor caught glimpses of inhabitants, figures that moved with fluid grace along the edges of his vision but never approached directly. Some appeared humanoid, while others took forms more akin to the creatures of the deep ocean. All seemed to note his passage with interest, but maintained a respectful distance. Finally, the boat entered a vast circular chamber and came to a gentle stop beside a platform that extended just above the water's surface. The rhythmic tone that had accompanied Thor's approach now resolved into distinct notes that formed a simple but haunting melody, welcoming yet tinged with the ancient solemnity appropriate to a meeting between powers of their stature. Thor Odinson arrives at the threshold of the deep halls, announced a voice that seemed to come from the water itself. Neither male nor female, but carrying the unmistakable authority of a herald. Aegir, lord of the ocean depths, master of the hidden currents, keeper of the sea's memory, grants welcome and offers peace beneath his waves. Thor gathered Mjolnir and his offerings, then stepped from the boat onto the platform with the dignified bearing appropriate to this formal welcome. The platform, which had appeared to be stone, yielded slightly beneath his weight, like living tissue before firming again. Another reminder that in Aegir's realm, even the seemingly solid might follow different rules than those of Asgard. As if responding to an unspoken cue, the far side of the chamber transformed. What had appeared to be a solid wall of coral and pearl flowed aside, revealing an entryway framed by pillars that resembled frozen waves caught at the moment of breaking. Beyond this impressive entrance, a figure approached, tall and imposing, moving with the unstoppable grace of the tide itself. Aegir, ancient god of the sea, embodied his domain in every aspect. His form was generally humanoid, but with proportions that shifted subtly as he moved, giving the impression that he was composed of water, temporarily choosing a solid shape. His skin held the deep blue-green of the ocean abyss, occasionally revealing patterns beneath that resembled currents or sea creatures. Hair that might have been mistaken for a mane of white flowed around his head and shoulders, sometimes behaving like hair and sometimes like sea foam or flowing water. His eyes contained the full depth of the oceans, shifting between colors, but always with the intensity of primal forces contained within conscious control. He wore robes that seemed woven from the essence of water itself, adorned with patterns that represented every being that called the ocean home, from the smallest plankton to the greatest leviathans. Around his neck hung a pendant that appeared to be a perfect sphere of water somehow held in permanent form, containing within it a miniature representation of all the world's oceans in constant flowing motion. Thor, son of Odin. Aegir's voice carried the rolling depth of waves against the shore, powerful yet measured. Your presence honors my halls. It has been many tides since the Thunderer last sought the company of the sea. Thor inclined his head with genuine respect. Despite being among the most powerful of Asgard's deities, he recognized that Aegir belonged to an older category of beings. Elemental forces that had taken consciousness and form long before the establishment of the 9 realms as currently understood. Lord Aegir, Thor responded formally, I bring greetings from Asgard and gratitude for your invitation. Your generosity in opening your realm to me is noted and appreciated. He extended the wooden box containing his offerings. I bring gifts, though modest compared to the wonders of your domain. Aegir approached with the fluid motion characteristic of his nature and accepted the offered container. As his fingers touched the carved wood, tiny ripples spread across his skin as if his physical form momentarily acknowledged its liquid essence. Gifts freely given are never measured by their origin, but by the thought within them, Aegir replied, opening the box with careful consideration. As he examined each item, his expression showed genuine appreciation. When he touched the resonating metal from Nidavellir, it immediately responded to his watery essence, producing a complex melody that briefly filled the chamber before subsiding to a pleasant undertone. You understand the nature of appropriate offerings, Aegir noted with approval, not displays of power or wealth, which mean little to one whose domain contains treasures from every age of the world, but rather objects of meaning and harmony. He closed the box with care. These shall be placed among my valued collections, with the tale of their giving preserved. With formalities properly observed, Aegir's manner shifted subtly toward the more personal. Come, Thunderer. You did not journey to my realm merely to exchange courtesies, nor did I extend invitation without purpose. Let us speak more comfortably. He gestured, and the chamber transformed around them. The formal reception area flowed and reshaped itself into a more intimate setting, a space that somehow combined elements of both a traditional mead hall and an underwater grotto. The platform where they stood expanded to form a proper floor, though portions remained open to the water below. The merchandise grew organically from this surface. Seats that appeared to be formed from coral and driftwood but felt surprisingly comfortable. Tables seemingly crafted from mother-of-pearl and solidified sea foam. Above, the ceiling opened to reveal what appeared to be the ocean's surface far above, with filtered light creating shifting patterns across the chamber. Fish and other sea creatures occasionally swam through this watery ceiling, their forms distorted by the barrier between elements. My daughters have prepared refreshments suited to your nature, Aegir said, indicating a table where various vessels had appeared. Though different from Asgard's mead, our brew carries its own potency and pleasure. Thor approached the indicated table, where containers of various sizes awaited. Some appeared to be made from enormous shells, others from materials he could not identify. The liquids they contained ranged from transparent to opalescent, some still while others moved with gentle currents despite the vessels remaining stationary. Aegir selected one particularly luminescent drink and offered it to Thor. This was created specifically for your visit. Essence of storm-tossed seas, captured at the moment lightning touches water. I thought it might resonate with your particular powers. Thor accepted the shell cup, noting how the liquid inside seemed to respond to his proximity. Tiny flickers reminiscent of lightning playing across its surface. When he drank, the sensation was extraordinary. Cool, yet carrying an internal heat, with flavors that evoked both the freshness of rain and the deep mineral richness of the ocean floor. A pleasant tingling followed the liquid down, spreading warmth throughout his body. Remarkable, Thorn acknowledged sincerely. Asgard's finest brewers would envy this creation. Aegir inclined his head in acknowledgement before selecting his own drink. A deep blue liquid that moved with hypnotic slowness within its container. They settled into the provided seating, which adjusted subtly to accommodate their forms. You come to my realm weary, Thunderer, Aegir observed after a comfortable silence. Not in body, perhaps, but in spirit. The endless vigilance of Asgard's protector leaves little room for restoration. Thor might have bristled at such a direct assessment from many others, but Aegir's ancient nature and the strangely soothing quality of his realm made defensiveness seem unnecessary. My father suggested something similar, he admitted, though weary seems an inadequate description for a sensation I cannot properly name. The sea has many words for states that land dwellers leave unnamed, Aegir replied. Perhaps what you experience is closest to what we call the pressure of constant depth, when water carries the weight of everything above, yet must remain fluid and responsive to all currents. The metaphor resonated with unexpected precision. Thor nodded slowly. That describes it well. The weight remains manageable, yet awareness of it never fully recedes. The ocean knows much about pressure, Aegir said, his voice taking on a quality that suggested wisdom shared rather than merely conversation continued. At certain depths, pressure could crush anything from the surface world, yet creatures born to those depths thrive, having developed entirely different relationships with such forces. Thorn considered this. Are you suggesting I should adapt to this pressure rather than seek its absence? A girl's expression shifted like sun through water. Perhaps instead that different pressures serve different purposes. The shore creature that ventures too deep will be destroyed, yet the deep creature brought suddenly to the surface may suffer equally. Each belongs in its proper place, moving between realms only with appropriate transition. The conversation continued in this vein as they shared more of Aegir's extraordinary beverages. Thor found himself speaking more openly than he typically would, sharing not just tales of recent battles, which would have been expected in Asgard's halls, but the quieter concerns that accompanied them, patterns of threat that suggested larger designs, questions about the best application of his considerable strength, even occasional uncertainties about the correct course of action. Aegir listened with the patience of tides, offering neither judgment nor immediate solutions, but rather perspectives shaped by eons of observation. His wisdom came not from strategies of battle, but from the deeper understanding that comes from containing multitudes within one's domain. The balance of opposing forces, the necessity of both storm and calm, the recognition that even the mightiest waves eventually return to stillness. As their conversation gradually shifted from the philosophical to the practical, Aegir finally addressed the unstated question of Thor's visit. You wonder why I extended invitation at this particular moment, he said, his tone indicating this was observation rather than question. Thor nodded. The timing seemed significant. The oceans have been restless of late, Aegir confirmed, his expression growing more serious. Not merely in physical manifestation, though sailors in Midgard have noted unusual patterns, but in deeper currents, not visible from surface realms. Restless in what manner? Thorn asked, automatically assessing potential threats to the realms under his protection. Aegir made a gesture like a wave reaching shore. Not immediately dangerous, at least not in the way you typically confront, more a shifting of ancient boundaries, a realignment of influences that have remained stable for millennia. He paused, considering his next words carefully. The ocean, Thor Odinson, is the great connector. All rivers eventually find their way to my domain. All realms, even fiery Muspelheim, share some contact with water in some form. Through these connections, my awareness extends to places beyond my direct influence, and these connections reveal concerning patterns, Thor concluded. DNA reveals change, Aegir corrected gently, change that is neither inherently threatening nor benevolent, but which requires attention, appropriate response, balance maintained through conscious action rather than forced resistance or passive acceptance. Thor frowned slightly. This sounds remarkably similar to warnings my father has shared recently about barriers thinning between realms, ancient powers stirring. Either mask. The All-Father's wisdom and mine occasionally flow in similar channels, though we perceive through different means, Aegir acknowledged. But I did not invite you here merely to echo Odin's counsel. Then why? Thor asked directly. Aegir's expression shifted again, this time to something Thor might have called compassion if seen on a more familiar face. Because the coming changes will require strengths beyond the merely physical, and because even the god of thunder requires renewal before facing new challenges. He rose from his seat with fluid grace. Come, there is something I wish to show you. With curious anticipation, Thor followed as Aegir led him through passages that seemed to reconfigure themselves as they walked. The architecture of the sea god's palace defied consistent description, sometimes appearing crystalline and precise, other times organic and flowing, but always with the underlying sense of being within a living entity rather than a constructed space. They emerged eventually into a vast circular chamber, unlike any Thor had yet seen in Aegir's realm. The floor was a perfect mirror of still water, so undisturbed that it perfectly reflected the domed ceiling above. This ceiling appeared to be open to the ocean itself, yet somehow contained, as if the water agreed to remain above, rather than flowing downward through what should have been an impossible barrier. Through this ceiling window, Thor could see the full majesty of Aegir's underwater domain. Vast schools of fish moved in synchronized patterns, their scales catching light from an unseen source. Larger creatures occasionally passed overhead, some recognizable from Midgard's oceans, others entirely unfamiliar. Plant life in extraordinary colors and forms swayed with underwater currents, creating a constantly shifting tapestry of motion and life. The Heart Pool, Aegir named the chamber, a place where the essence of the ocean can be experienced in its purest form. At the center of the chamber floated what appeared to be a large, perfectly constructed vessel. Not quite a boat, not quite a bed, but something that combined elements of both. Crafted from materials that resembled mother-of-pearl, driftwood, and solidified sea foam, it hovered just above the mirror-still water that formed the floor. Few outside my own kind have been invited to experience what this chamber offers, Aegir said, but the Thunderer has earned such privilege through past services to all realms, including the oceans. What exactly does it offer? Thor asked, intrigued despite his natural caution toward unknown magical environments. Rest, Aegir said simply, but not ordinary sleep. The Heart Pool connects directly to the deepest currents of the ocean, currents that existed before the formation of the realms as they are now known, currents that carry memories and knowledge from every age of existence. He gestured toward the floating vessel. One who reclines there, surrendering to the rhythm of these primal waters, may experience restoration beyond what any amount of ordinary rest could provide. Thor approached the vessel with measured steps, studying it carefully. This seems unusually generous, Lord Aegir. What does the ocean ask in return for such a gift? Aegir's expression showed approval at the question. Wise caution. The sea gives nothing without exchange. This is truth. He moved to stand beside Thor, both now looking down at the mysterious vessel. What the ocean asks is simple. Openness, willingness to receive, not just rest, but perspective. The waters that will embrace you carry the memory of all things, triumph and devastation, growth and decay, creation and destruction. These balanced forces maintain the whole. One who experiences this balance directly may find their own internal forces similarly aligned. And this alignment serves the ocean's interests, Thor pressed, still seeking the underlying exchange. A Thor who understands the necessity of both storm and calm serves all realms better than one who knows only how to summon thunder, Aegir replied. The oceans neither need nor desire your protection, Odinson. We existed long before Asgard and will remain long after. But we exist in relationship with all other realms, and that relationship prospers best when those who hold power wield it with complete understanding. Thor considered this carefully. The offer was tempting. His fatigue was real, despite his reluctance to acknowledge it fully. And yet, surrendering consciousness in an unfamiliar magical environment went against every instinct developed through centuries of maintaining vigilance against countless threats. Aegir seemed to read his hesitation accurately. Mjolnir may remain at your side, Thunderer. Indeed, the hammer's essence has its own relationship with primal forces that the waters will recognize and respect. This concession eased Thor's primary concern. Mjolnir was more than a weapon. It was an extension of himself, attuned to threats, even when he might not be fully aware of them. The hammer had awakened him from deepest sleep before, when danger approached. It would serve similarly here if necessary. Very well, Thorn decided. I accept your offering, Lord Aegir, in the spirit of exchange you describe. Aegir nodded with solemn approval. Then prepare yourself. Remove armor that would restrict comfort, but otherwise do as feels appropriate. Thor removed his heavier outer armor, placing each piece carefully aside while keeping Mjolnir close. This done, he approached the floating vessel with decision rather than lingering hesitation. The sea god's explanation had convinced him that while caution was warranted, fear was not. He had bathed in the fires of dying stars and survived the coldest reaches of Jotunheim's eternal winter. The embrace of ancient waters seemed a lesser challenge by comparison. As Thor settled himself in the vessel, he was surprised by its perfect accommodation to his form, adjusting subtly until it supported him in ideal comfort, neither too yielding nor too firm. Mjolnir he placed beside him, its handle within easy reach should need arise. And should I expect? Thor asked, looking up at Aegir, who now stood at the edge of the pool. Expectation itself is the first barrier you must release, the sea god replied. The experience will be unique to you, shaped by what you bring to it. Some find visions, others insights without image. Some hear the voices of the deep, others feel the knowing without words. He made a gesture reminiscent of a wave breaking against shore. The only constant is the rhythm that underlies all waters, everywhere. Allow that rhythm to become yours, and all else will follow next. With these cryptic but somehow reassuring instructions, Aegir stepped back from the pool's edge. As he did so, the mirror-still water that formed the floor began to rise, not as droplets or splashes, but as a perfectly unified surface, elevating itself until it just touched the bottom of Thor's floating vessel. The contact created an immediate change. A gentle vibration passed through the craft and into Thor's body, not unlike the sensation of distant thunder, felt rather than heard, but steadier, more rhythmic. This vibration aligned itself with his heartbeat, adjusting until the two moved in perfect synchronization. Above, the ceiling window to the ocean depths seemed to draw closer, or perhaps his perception extended further into it. The movements of marine life became more pronounced, their patterns revealing harmonies previously unnoticed. Colors intensified while simultaneously becoming less distinct, as individual creatures, yielding to the impression of vast, coordinated motion. The ocean as a single conscious entity rather than merely a collection of separate beings. Thor felt his awareness expanding outward while simultaneously turning inward, a paradoxical sensation that might have been disorienting in other circumstances, but somehow felt natural in this environment. The boundaries between himself and his surroundings became less defined, not in a threatening way that risked loss of self, but in a manner that allowed perception beyond ordinary limits. The rhythm continued to build, not in volume or intensity, but in complexity. What had begun as a simple pattern revealed itself to contain countless variations and harmonies, all woven together in mathematical perfection. This was the heartbeat of the ocean itself, the primal pulse that had continued uninterrupted since the first waters formed in the early universe. Gradually, Thor became aware of a presence, or rather multiple presences, at the periphery of his expanded consciousness. These were not distinct entities, but rather concentrations of awareness within the greater whole, like eddies in a vast current. They observed him with curious attention that carried no threat, only interest in this unusual visitor to their realm. The daughters of Aegir, Thor realized, recognizing the 9 wave maidens who personified different aspects of the ocean's nature. Though he could not see them in ordinary visual terms, he sensed their distinctive essences: Himminglaver of the transparent waters, Dufa of the pitching wave, Blodugada of the bloodied water, Hifreng of the rising swell, Udur of the frothing wave, Bulga of the billow, Bara of the foam-flecked wave, and Kolga of the chilling billow. They circled his floating vessel, their movement creating subtle currents within the larger rhythm. Each contributed her own element to the experience, one bringing deeper peace, another heightened awareness, another connection to memories long submerged, another visions of possible futures. Together, they wove these elements into a unified experience, beyond what any single aspect could provide. Thor surrendered to their guidance, allowing his consciousness to flow along the currents they created. Time lost meaning as ordinary measurement, replaced by a different kind of tracking, based on cycles and patterns rather than linear progression. The persistent rhythm remained his anchor, preventing complete dissolution into the vastness, while still allowing unprecedented expansion. In this extraordinary state of awareness, Thor experienced the ocean's perspective on existence, its witness to the formation and transformation of worlds, its patience measured in geological time, its understanding of the essential unity underlying apparent separation. He perceived connections between realms that remained invisible from ordinary perspective, currents of influence flowing between worlds that seemed entirely separate when viewed from limited vantage point. The fatigue that had driven him to accept Aegir's invitation revealed itself fully in this expanded awareness. Not merely physical tiredness or mental strain, but a deeper imbalance between the forces that comprised his nature. Thor had always embodied power in its most direct manifestation, his connection to thunder and lightning representing the concentrated release of tremendous energy. Yet here, immersed in the ocean's rhythm, he experienced power of equal magnitude but entirely different character. The inexorable force of water that shaped continents, not through sudden impact, but through consistent presence. This recognition came without judgment. The ocean held no preference between sudden storm and gradual tide, seeing both as essential expressions of the same fundamental energies. What mattered was not which force predominated at any given moment, but rather the overall balance maintained through their alternation, just as the most violent tempest eventually yields to calm seas, and the most peaceful waters eventually gather energy for transformation. All states existed as temporary expressions within the greater cycle. As this understanding settled into Thor's consciousness, he felt a profound release, not of responsibility or purpose, but of the tension created by resistance to natural rhythm. The pressure he had carried, that weight of constant depth Aegir had named, did not vanish, but transformed, becoming a supportive presence rather than a burdensome one, a reminder of connection rather than isolation. The daughters of Aegir, sensing this shift, altered their movements around his vassal. Their circular pattern opened, creating a spiraling current that gradually drew Thor into even deeper communion with the ocean's essence. The ceiling window above seemed to dissolve entirely, allowing direct immersion in the vastness beyond, without the sensation of drowning or disorientation. In this deepest state, language and distinct thought receded. Thor existed in pure experience, the knowledge of being simultaneously a distinct entity and an integral part of something immeasurably greater, and its awareness expanded to encompass perspectives impossible to maintain in ordinary consciousness. The collective memory of all waters everywhere, the simultaneous perception of ocean depths and the thinnest fog, the understanding of how the same essence could manifest as solid ice, flowing river, or rising vapor. Throughout this extraordinary journey of consciousness, Mjolnir remained a steady presence at Thor's side, not merely as potential weapon, but as fellow traveler. The hammer's enchanted essence resonated with the primal energies they encountered, its connection to storm and lightning finding unexpected harmony with the ocean's currents. This resonance created its own insights, revealing how forces that might appear opposed, the lightning strike and the conductive water, were in truth complementary expressions of unified power. How long Thor remained in this state was impossible to measure by ordinary means. The experience seemed simultaneously brief as a single heartbeat and extensive as an age of the world. Throughout, the constant rhythm provided structure without limitation, allowing exploration without loss of essential self. Gradually, by processes too subtle to track directly, Thor felt his awareness begin a natural return journey, not through sudden withdrawal, but through a gentle reintegration of expanded perception with more familiar consciousness. The distinct presences of Aegir's daughters receded, though their influence remained as harmonics within the continuing rhythm. The ceiling window reformed, providing once again the more defined boundary between observer and ocean, while maintaining the essential connection established. As ordinary perception reasserted itself, Thor realized that his floating vessel had returned to its original position, the water that had risen to meet it now settling back into perfect mirror stillness below. His body felt both deeply rested and vibrantly energized, not the temporary invigoration of battle fury, but a more sustainable restoration that extended to levels he had not recognized needed healing. Aegir stood at the chamber's edge, his ancient face showing satisfaction but no surprise at whatever transformation he observed in his guest. "You have traveled far without moving, Thunderer," he noted, his voice once again carrying the rolling depth of waves against shore. Thor sat up slowly, maintaining contact with the vessel that had supported his extraordinary journey. "Far indeed," he agreed, his own voice seeming simultaneously more powerful and gentler than before, as if it too had found new balance. "I lack proper words to describe the journey. Words are poor vessels for such experiences," Aegir acknowledged. Better to allow the knowledge to settle like sediment, becoming part of your foundation rather than something merely carried on the surface. Thor nodded, gathering Mjolnir as he rose from the vessel. The hammer seemed to hold a subtle new resonance, its familiar weight somehow more completely integrated with his own being. "How long have I rested here?" he asked, realizing he had no reference for passage of time during his immersion. "By Asgard's measure, 3 full days and nights," Aegir replied. "By the ocean's measure, a single breath." His expression suggested this was not merely poetic comparison, but literal description of different temporal perspectives. Thor absorbed this information with slight surprise, but no alarm. The depth of restoration he felt justified such duration. "Your hospitality exceeded all expectation, Lord of Oceans," he said with genuine gratitude. "The debt incurred is substantial." Aegir made a gesture reminiscent of a wave smoothing a shore. "There is no accounting between forces of nature, Thunderer, only recognition of shared purpose despite different manifestations." His ancient eyes studied Thor with evident approval of whatever changes he perceived. "You came seeking rest, but have found something more valuable, perspective that will serve long after ordinary restoration would have diminished." Thor acknowledged the truth in this assessment. The experience had provided not merely the absence of fatigue, but a profound reorientation to the very nature of his power and purpose. The pressure of constant depth remained, but his relationship to it had fundamentally shifted. No longer weight to be endured, but context that gave meaning to his existence and actions. "Then, will I remember all that was revealed?" he asked, aware that experiences of such magnitude often faded when returning to ordinary consciousness. "Not as distinct memories," Aegir replied honestly. "The conscious mind cannot contain such vastness any more than a cup can hold the ocean, but the essence remains, integrated into your being rather than merely added to your knowledge." His expression shifted to something resembling a smile, though on his fluid features it manifested differently than human expression, "and should you wish to refresh that integration, my realm remains open to you. The path once traveled becomes easier to find again." This offer, extended with evident sincerity, represented significant privilege. Aegir rarely maintained ongoing relationships with beings outside his domain, preferring the company of his own kind and the countless creatures that populated his watery realm. That he would welcome future visits spoke to both respect for Thor specifically and recognition of greater patterns requiring cooperation across traditional boundaries. "I will remember that generosity," Thor promised, "and should the ocean ever require the thunder's aid, Mjolnir will answer." Their exchange of formal farewells followed patterns established by eons of diplomatic interaction between powers of their stature, phrases that acknowledged respective domains while affirming mutual respect, despite different natures and responsibilities. Throughout, Thor noted subtle differences in how he experienced these formalities. A deeper appreciation for their meaning beneath surface courtesy, a more nuanced awareness of the relationship between seeming opposites, represented by ocean depth and thunderous sky. When these ceremonial requirements had been properly fulfilled, Aegir personally escorted Thor back through his transforming palace to where the enchanted vessel awaited to carry him back to Asgard's shore. The boat, seemingly aware of its passengers' changed nature, had itself transformed. Still crafted of the same luminescent wood, but now adorned with subtle patterns that echoed the rhythm Thor had experienced in the heart pool. "The currents will carry you swiftly," Aegir assured him, as Thor stowed his few belongings and prepared for departure. though should you wish to extend your journey for further contemplation, the vessel will respond accordingly. Thor considered this option, tempted by the prospect of additional time immersed in the peaceful rhythm of Aegir's domain before returning to his responsibilities in Asgard. But the restoration he had experienced created not avoidance of duty, but renewed commitment to it, albeit from a transformed perspective that would influence how he fulfilled his role as protector of the realms. Swift return seems appropriate, he decided, though not due to anxiety about absence from my post. He touched Mjolnir, which hung once again at his belt. The hammer and I return not from necessity, but choice, carrying what was given here into service there. Hail Age Zed nodded with evident approval of this reasoning. Then may the journey reflect its purpose, swift yet measured, direct yet mindful. He made a gesture toward the water, which responded by forming a clear channel that would guide the enchanted vessel from his palace back to the transitional seas between realms. As Thor settled himself in the boat, Aegir offered a final observation that seemed to serve as both blessing and prophecy. The thunder that returns carries echoes of the deep. The lightning that strikes will remember the patience of water. When storm meets ocean in harmony rather than opposition, both fulfill their nature more completely. With these words still resonating in his consciousness, Thor felt the vessel begin its journey, responding to currents invisible to ordinary perception, but clearly established by Aegir's will. The tranquil motion immediately reconnected him to the rhythm experienced in the heart pool, though in less immersive form, a reminder rather than full reinitiation. As the ocean palace receded behind him, its fantastic architecture gradually dissolving into the misty boundary between solid form and liquid possibility, Thor found himself reflecting on the multiple meanings contained in Aegir's parting words. They described not just his personal transformation, but hinted at larger patterns unfolding across the realms. The changes both Odin and Aegir had referenced that would require new forms of response from those who stood as guardian. The return journey through the transitional waters between Aegir's realm and Asgard's shore provided ideal space for these contemplations. Unlike his outward journey, when his mind had gradually surrendered ordinary thought patterns to the ocean's rhythm, Thor now experienced an integration of that rhythm with more familiar consciousness, creating not confusion but unusual clarity that allowed simultaneous appreciation of multiple perspectives. The sky above transformed gradually from the unfamiliar star patterns of the deep ocean realm to the more recognized constellations visible from Asgard, though Thor perceived them differently now, not merely as fixed lights against darkness, but as expressions of the same fundamental energies that flowed through ocean currents below. The boundaries between elements revealed themselves as permeable rather than absolute, just as the distinctions between realms showed their underlying connections when viewed from sufficient perspective. As Asgard's golden shore appeared on the horizon, Thor felt not the resistant tension of duty reasserted, but the measured anticipation of purpose renewed. The god of thunder returned carrying the ocean's rhythm within him, not replacing his essential nature, but expanding it to include complementary understanding, storm and calm, impact and patience, immediate action and extended perspective. These no longer appeared as opposing approaches, but as complementary tools available for appropriate application. The enchanted vessel approached Asgard's dock with perfect precision, coming to rest against the pier with the gentlest contact. As Thor gathered his few belongings and stepped onto familiar territory, he felt the subtle shift in his awareness that came from crossing the boundary between realms. Yet the ocean's rhythm remained, integrated into his being rather than left behind at the threshold. Looking back at the vessel that had carried him on this extraordinary journey, Thor offered silent gratitude, both to the craft itself and to the ancient power whose domain he had been privileged to experience. The boat seemed to acknowledge this farewell, its luminescent wood pulsing briefly brighter before it turned of its own accord and began its return journey to its master's realm. Thor stood for a moment on Asgard's shore, Mjolnir at his side, watching the enchanted vessel recede into the distance. The hammer thrummed with subtle energy, its enchantment resonating with both the power of thunder that was its essence and the newfound harmony with ocean depths that their journey had established. "We return changed, old friend," Thor murmured to the weapon that had been his constant companion through countless adventures. "Not diminished or redirected from our purpose, but expanded in our understanding of how best to fulfill it." Mjolnir's response came not as words, but as a harmonic vibration that perfectly matched the ongoing rhythm carried from Aegir's realm. Confirmation that the hammer too had integrated the experience rather than merely witnessing it. This shared transformation suggested possibilities for applying their combined power in ways previously unconsidered. Not always through direct confrontation, but sometimes through patient influence. Not always through immediate impact, but sometimes through sustained presence. With this realization settling into comfortable certainty, Thor turned toward Asgard's golden city, visible in the distance beyond the shore. He would return to his responsibilities as protector of the realms, to the challenges Odin had foreseen and the threats that constantly emerged from various quarters. But he would do so carrying the ocean's perspective alongside the thunder's power. A combination that promised more complete fulfillment of his purpose than either aspect alone could provide. As Thor strode along the path from shore to city, his steps measured and purposeful, he felt an unusual sense of anticipation for whatever challenges awaited. Not the warrior's eagerness for battle, but the more complex readiness of one who sees multiple dimensions of each situation. The pressure of constant depth remained, but now provided context rather than constraint, foundation rather than limitation. The god of thunder returned to Asgard carrying the ocean's dream within him, not as burden but as gift, not as deviation from his nature, but as fulfillment of potential previously unrealized. Storm and sea, lightning and depth, impact and patience, forces seemingly opposed revealed their essential harmony when experienced from sufficient perspective. And as Thor passed through Asgard's golden gates, returning to the realm he had sworn to protect, the rhythm of Aegir's domain continued within him, a constant reminder that even the mightiest thunder sometimes finds its greatest strength not in resistance but in flow, not in opposition but in integration, not in conquering opposing forces but in recognizing the greater patterns that unite them all. As Thor passed through Asgard's golden gates, the rhythm of Aegir's domain continued within him, a constant reminder that even the mightiest thunder sometimes finds its greatest strength not in resistance but in flow. The last rays of twilight caught the spires of the eternal city, their golden surfaces reflecting light in patterns reminiscent of the waves that had so recently embraced him. Above the returning god, the sky began its transformation from the deep blue of evening to something more extraordinary. At first, it appeared as merely a shimmer along the horizon, a subtle disturbance in the firmament that might have gone unnoticed by less discerning eyes. But Thor, his senses still attuned to the subtle harmonies learned in Aegir's realm, paused in his journey toward the palace to observe this change with newfound appreciation. The shimmer intensified, stretching upward into the darkening sky in delicate tendrils of light. Green at first, then shifting through hues of blue, purple, and rose gold. These celestial curtains began their silent dance across Asgard's night. The northern lights of Asgard had begun their display, a phenomenon even more magnificent here at the heart of the Nine Realms than in their pale reflection visible from Midgard's frozen north. Thor gazed upward, Mjolnir momentarily forgotten at his side, as the entire sky transformed into a canvas of flowing color. The lights pulsed with their own distinct rhythm, different from but somehow complementary to the ocean's pattern he still carried within him. Together, they created a harmony that spoke of the underlying connections between all realms, all elements, all forces, sky and sea, thunder and tide, light and depth. As the aurora's dance continued above, Thor felt himself drawn to follow its silent guidance. His path altered, no longer leading directly to Valhalla's familiar halls, but toward a secluded viewing point where the lights could be appreciated in their full glory. Here, where the edge of the city met the beginning of the wild spaces beyond, one could witness the northern lights of Asgard without distraction, could immerse oneself in their mystery and meaning, just as he had recently surrendered to the ocean's embrace. The god of thunder settled himself upon a stone bench worn smooth by centuries of similar pilgrimages. Around him, the night deepened, stars emerging to provide backdrop for the aurora's performance. Mjolnir rested beside him, its surface occasionally reflecting flashes of the celestial light show, as if the hammer too wished to participate in this moment of tranquil wonder. Thor breathed deeply, feeling the last lingering tension of his journey dissolve beneath the gentle rhythm of the lights above. The wisdom gained in Aegir's realm had prepared him perfectly for this moment, had taught him to recognize and appreciate flow and pattern in all its forms, not merely those that matched his thunderous nature. Now, as the northern lights wove their silent story across Asgard's sky, he found himself experiencing their beauty with unprecedented clarity. This too was part of his role as protector, to understand the realms in all their aspects, not merely in moments of threat and confrontation. The northern lights of Asgard had always been there, had always danced their silent pattern above the golden city, but never before had Thor perceived their significance with such completeness. They were not merely a beautiful phenomenon, but a visible manifestation of the same cosmic energies that flowed through Mjolnir, through the ocean's depths, through all the connected realms of Yggdrasil. As Thor watched the celestial display, allowing its rhythm to intertwine with the ocean's cadence still flowing within him, he understood that this moment of transition, from sea journey to homecoming, from restoration to renewed purpose, was itself meaningful. Each journey, each experience, each challenge faced and overcome contributed to the whole, just as the northern lights drew their power and beauty from the intersection of cosmic forces. His own strength emerged not from isolated aspects, but from the integration of all he had encountered. The lights above intensified, their colors deepening as they reached the peak of their nightly performance. Sheets of emerald, curtains of violet, and ribbons of azure stretched from horizon to zenith, moving with deliberate grace as if choreographed by some cosmic consciousness. Their reflection painted Asgard's golden surfaces in otherworldly hues, transforming the familiar city into something as magical and mysterious as Aegir's underwater palace had been. In this moment of perfect balance, the ocean's rhythm within him, the aurora's dance above, Mjolnir's steady presence beside him, and Asgard's golden strength beneath, Thor felt complete. Not merely rested or restored, but fully integrated, ready for whatever challenges awaited, not despite his recent journey of surrender, but because of it. As the northern lights of Asgard continued their silent symphony overhead, Thor closed his eyes briefly, carrying their image within, just as he carried the ocean's rhythm. When he opened them again, it would be with renewed purpose and expanded perspective. The thunder god enhanced by dreams of ocean depths and illuminated by the mysterious radiance of Asgard's celestial lights. The golden halls of Asgard gleamed in the fading light of day, their ethereal shimmer gradually giving way to the deeper glow of evening. Warriors made their way from training grounds to feasting halls, their voices carrying tales of valor across courtyards where fountains played melodies known only to the Aesir. Among them walked Thor, son of Odin, his powerful frame casting a long shadow as Asgard's twin suns dipped below the horizon. Unlike the others, however, Thor sought neither feast nor company this evening. His mind, typically filled with thoughts of battle and protection of the realms, yearned instead for something rarer in his existence: true stillness. The day had been long, filled with council meetings, where the All-Father and his advisors discussed disturbances along the borders of Jotunheim. Nothing that required immediate action, but enough to keep the god of thunder's attention focused for hours on strategies and contingencies. Now, as stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Thor found himself walking away from the central palace, following a path that wound through gardens of silver-leaved trees and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. The weight of Mjolnir at his side was a familiar comfort, though he had no need of the hammer's power tonight. This was Asgard, safest of the 9 realms, protected by ancient magic and the watchful gaze of Heimdall from his post on the Rainbow Bridge. Here, even the mighty Thor could afford moments of peace, could surrender briefly the constant vigilance required of a realm's protector. His steps took him beyond the formal gardens to the wilder outskirts of the Golden City, where the carefully cultivated beauty of Asgard's center gave way to natural landscapes of breathtaking grandeur. Mountains rose in the distance, their peaks perpetually dusted with frost even in summer, their sides sloping down to meet forests of trees so ancient they remembered the birth of the 9 realms. Between these features stretched meadows of star-shaped flowers and grasses that whispered secrets to the wind. Thor knew exactly where he wished to go. There was a hill, not the highest point in Asgard, but perfectly positioned, where one could lie upon soft grass and see nothing but sky above, uninterrupted by even the tallest spires of the royal palace. On nights like this, when the air held a certain crispness and the stars emerged with particular clarity, it was his favorite place in all the realms. As he crested the gentle slope of the hill, Thor paused to take in the view that spread before him. The last traces of sunset had faded completely now, leaving the sky a deep, velvety backdrop for the emergence of stars. Not just any stars, Asgard's position at the heart of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, meant its night sky reflected all the realms simultaneously, creating patterns unknown to Midgardian astronomers and undreamed of by mortal minds. Constellations that told stories of creation swirled alongside astral bodies that had witnessed the first moments of existence. Nebulae spread their gossamer wings across vast stretches of darkness, their colors shifting subtly as cosmic winds stirred their endless depths. And weaving through it all, The branches of Yggdrasil itself were sometimes visible to those who knew how to look, appearing as faint luminescent pathways connecting certain stars in patterns that changed with the seasons. Thor lowered himself to the ground, the lush grass forming a natural cushion beneath his muscular frame. He removed his crimson cape and folded it beside him, then placed Mjolnir carefully upon it. No rain threatened this night. The hammer's weather magic could rest as surely as its wielder intended to. Lying back, Thor exhaled deeply, feeling the tensions of the day begin to dissipate as he focused his attention upward. The vast canvas of night spread before him in all its splendor, a sight that had never failed to inspire wonder despite countless years of existence. Unlike mortals of Midgard, whose brief lives might make such celestial displays commonplace through repetition, Thor's immortal perspective granted him appreciation for the unique nature of each cosmic arrangement. Tonight's particular configuration of stars, the precise angle of Asgard's twin moons, the subtle interactions of light and darkness playing across the heavens, all combined to create a moment never before witnessed and never to be exactly replicated. This awareness of cosmic uniqueness had been instilled in him from earliest childhood by Frigga, whose wisdom often balanced Odin's more martial teachings. The universe speaks constantly, she would tell him during nighttime walks through Asgard's gardens, her gentle hand pointing skyward to trace patterns among the stars. Most hear only fragments, if anything at all. Learn to listen with more than ears, to see with more than eyes, and you will never lack for guidance when paths grow uncertain. Those early lessons had served him well throughout countless adventures across the 9 realms. In moments of greatest challenge, when even Mjolnir's power seemed insufficient against some cosmic threat, Thor had often found unexpected insight by remembering Frigga's counsel, by pausing, however briefly, to perceive the larger patterns at work beyond immediate battle. The first hint came as a subtle shimmer along the northern horizon, a faint ripple of greenish light, barely distinguishable from the background stars. Thor smiled in quiet anticipation. He had hoped for this, but hadn't been certain the conditions would align properly. The northern lights of Asgard were not like their Midgardian counterparts, though the phenomena shared certain qualities. Here, in the realm eternal, they emerged not from interactions between solar winds and atmosphere, but from something deeper. The very magic that sustained the 9 realms, flowing visibly through the cosmos. The subtle green glow intensified gradually, gaining definition and purpose as it rose higher into the night sky. Bands of emerald light began to undulate like cosmic serpents swimming through the sea of stars. Thor watched, his breath slowing naturally to match the rhythm of these celestial waves. Each expansion of his chest synchronized with the outward flow of light. Each exhalation accompanied a gentle contraction of the luminous display. Beautiful, isn't it? A voice spoke softly from nearby, startling Thor from his contemplation. He turned his head to see a figure silhouetted against the growing light show, a woman clad in gleaming armor, her presence both commanding and serene. As she stepped closer, the shifting auroral light revealed her features. Strong, noble, with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries, and hair the color of spun silver bound in a warrior's braid. Brinhilder, Thor acknowledged with respect, recognizing the leader of the Valkyries, the choosers of the slain and guardians of Asgard's skies. I did not expect company this evening. The Valkyrie moved with fluid grace to stand beside where Thor lay, her gaze directed upward at the expanding light display. The aurora calls to those who need its peace, she said simply. It seems we both heard its summons tonight. Thor nodded, understanding the truth in her words. The Valkyries, perhaps even more than other Aesir, were attuned to the subtle magics of Asgard. They flew through skies where the boundaries between realms grew thin, guiding fallen warriors to Valhalla and maintaining vigilance against forces that might threaten the cosmic balance. If Brinhilder felt drawn to this place tonight, there was purpose in it beyond mere coincidence. The lights grow stronger, he observed, returning his attention to the sky. Indeed, the aurora had expanded dramatically in the moments of their brief exchange. Now ribbons of violet and gold had joined the initial green, twisting and interweaving in patterns too complex to predict, yet too harmonious to be random. Do you believe that flesh is a shed? Even if you sank into darkness, Brinhilder said, lowering herself to sit cross-legged on the grass near him. Despite her armor, she moved without sound, a trait common to all Valkyries. The skies of Asgard respond to the needs of its protectors. You have carried much responsibility of late. Thor might have bristled at such an observation from another. He was not one to readily admit to weariness or burden, but the Valkyries had earned their reputation for insight. They saw beyond surface appearances to the hearts of those they encountered. There was no judgment in Brynhilder's words, merely understanding. The realms are never truly at peace, he acknowledged after a moment. Even in times without open conflict, threats gather in shadows, alliances shift, powers wax and wane. The All-Father sees farther than most, but even he cannot observe all things simultaneously. And so the duty falls to his son to remain ever vigilant, Brynhilder completed the thought. To hold Mjolnir ready should storm clouds gather suddenly on distant horizons. As if responding to its name, the hammer at Thor's side emitted a faint hum, a sound felt more than heard, reverberating at a frequency that matched the pulsing of the aurora overhead. Thor placed a hand upon it briefly, a gesture both affectionate and calming, like quieting an eager hound that has risen too quickly at a hunter's movement. "'Tis the path I have chosen," he said simply, "or perhaps the path that chose me. Either way, I do not regret it." Well, Brinhilder nodded, her expression thoughtful as she gazed upward. "Nor should you, but even the mightiest oak must bend with strong winds lest it break. The northern lights come tonight to remind all of Asgard, even its strongest defender, that rest is not weakness, but necessity." Above them, the aurora had continued to expand, now covering nearly half the visible sky. The colors had grown richer, deeper, with new hues appearing like azure blues that mirrored the depths of Asgard's sacred lakes, crimson reds that echoed the fire of distant stars, and shades of amber that glowed with the warmth of hearth fires. These colors did not remain separate but flowed into one another, creating transient masterpieces that existed for moments before transforming again. Within these flowing colors, Thor began to perceive shapes and patterns beyond mere random beauty. For brief moments, scenes from Asgard's ancient history appeared. The creation of the Rainbow Bridge, the raising of the Golden Palace, the first alliance between Aesir and Vanir. These images formed not through deliberate depiction, but through fortuitous alignments of light and color, appearing to those with eyes to see and the knowledge to recognize their significance. Other patterns suggested events yet to come, possibilities rather than certainties, potentials woven into the fabric of time that might or might not manifest depending on choices yet unmade. These were less distinct, more symbolic than literal, yet carried emotional resonances that communicated their essence beyond specific detail. Thor glimpsed what might have been a great gathering of representatives from all 9 realms, unified in common purpose despite ancient differences. Another fleeting image suggested a journey beyond known territories, into realms even Heimdall's sight had never penetrated. Between past and future, present reality asserted itself as well, the aurora occasionally forming perfect representations of current conditions across the 9 realms. Thor saw Midgard's continents spread beneath swirling clouds, mortal civilizations appearing as points of warm light, connected by threads of commerce and communication. He glimpsed frost giants in their eternal strongholds, rebuilding after recent conflicts, dwarven forges burning bright with creative industry, elven forests thriving in mystic harmony. Each realm appeared briefly, before dissolving back into the greater flow of color, their momentary appearance serving as reminder of the interconnected nature of all existence. Most remarkable, however, was the subtle sound that had begun to accompany the light display. Unlike anything heard in the material world, it existed at the threshold of perception, a crystalline chiming that suggested the music of stars, the harmony of celestial spheres turning in their ancient orbits. It wove through the night air, complementing the visual spectacle with auditory majesty that could be sensed even by those without the Aesir's enhanced hearing. "Listen," Brinhilder whispered, though there was no need for the instruction. Thor had already closed his eyes, the better to focus on the ethereal melody that seemed to resonate directly with something deep within his being. The song of the aurora. Few hear it so clearly. The sound was unlike anything produced by Asgard's finest musicians, beyond even the legendary compositions played at the greatest feasts in Odin's hall. It contained harmonies impossible to replicate with physical instruments, progressions that seemed to anticipate the listener's own heartbeat and breath. Most remarkably, it carried no single emotion, but somehow encompassed all of them simultaneously. Joy, sorrow, wonder, peace, longing, fulfillment, without contradiction or dissonance. "I have heard it before," Thor said softly, eyes still closed, "but never with such clarity. It changes each time." "Because you change," Brinhilder replied. "The aurora sings to what dwells within the listener. Tonight it senses your need for tranquility amid strength, for rest that renews rather than diminishes." Thor opened his eyes again to find the aurora had changed once more during their conversation. Now the lights formed distinct, slowly revolving circles that overlapped and interlocked like the rings of an immense cosmic chain. Each circle pulsed with its own rhythm, yet contributed to a larger pattern that spread across the entire sky. The effect was mesmerizing, mathematically precise, yet organically flowing, structured, yet free. "My sisters attend the aurora tonight," Brinhilder noted, gesturing toward the horizon where small distant figures could now be seen riding winged horses along the outer edges of the light display. Their movements seemed to guide and shape the patterns, though whether they created the aurora or merely interpreted its natural flow remained unclear. "It is a rare honor. They recognize one who has defended all 9 realms without hesitation or complaint." Thor watched the distant Valkyries with appreciation for their grace and skill. While he could fly with Mjolnir's aid, the Valkyries possessed an innate connection to the skies that even the god of thunder could not fully comprehend. They moved as if they and their steeds were extensions of the air itself, their armor catching and reflecting the auroral light in flashes of brilliance that added new dimensions to the celestial display. "Will you join them?" he asked, noticing how Brynhilder's gaze followed her sister's with unmistakable longing. For a Valkyrie to remain earthbound during an aurora must require considerable restraint. She shook her head slightly, silver hair catching the overhead lights. "Not tonight. My place is here, as witness and guide." Her eyes, reflecting the shifting colors above, turned toward him with gentle authority. "The northern lights have come for you, Thor, Odin's son. They offer the gift of true rest, not merely the absence of activity, but the renewal of spirit that comes only from harmony with the cosmos itself." As she spoke, the aurora's movements seemed to slow, becoming more deliberate, more focused. The circles transformed gradually into spirals that rotated with hypnotic regularity, their centers aligning in a pattern that drew the eye inward toward an infinite point of perfect calm. The music changed correspondingly, the tempo decreasing while the resonance deepened, vibrating at frequencies that seemed to penetrate bone and muscle, to touch something more essential. Thor felt a profound shift within himself as he surrendered to the aurora's influence. The constant alertness that had become his normal state, the part of him always ready to leap into action, to summon lightning, to defend against threats from any quarter, began to ease without disappearing entirely. It was not that his vigilance vanished, but rather that it found a new equilibrium, balanced perfectly between readiness and repose. His breathing deepened further, each inhalation drawing in not just the cool night air of Asgard, but something of the aurora's essence as well, a subtle energy that spread through his limbs with gentle warmth. Muscles that had held tension for longer than he realized gradually released, sinking more fully into the supportive embrace of the grassy hill. Even Mjolnir seemed affected, its usual faint hum of power modulating to match the aurora's song. "The lights respond to you," Brinhilder observed, her voice now distant despite her physical proximity. "See how they mirror your breath, your heartbeat." Indeed, the vast spirals overhead had synchronized with Thor's physiological rhythms. They expanded as he inhaled, contracted as he exhaled, their colors shifting subtly toward deeper blues and purples that evoked profound tranquility. The effect created a feedback loop of increasing calm. The more Thor relaxed, the more soothing the aurora became, which in turn deepened his relaxation further. The distant Valkyries had altered their flight patterns as well, moving now in graceful formations that echoed the spirals above. Their movements traced invisible lines of force through the sky, channeling the aurora's energy in patterns designed to amplify its natural magic. Occasionally one would dive toward the earth before sweeping upward again with renewed momentum, leaving trails of luminescence that lingered momentarily before being absorbed back into the main display. "They weave protection into the lights," Brinhilder explained, following Thor's gaze, "a shield of peace that none may disturb without confronting the combined will of all Valkyries. Even Odin himself would hesitate to breach such a ward without grave cause." The knowledge settled over Thor like a physical weight, not burdensome, but comforting, like a heavy blanket on a cold night. In this moment, under this sky, true rest was not merely permitted, but ensured by powers beyond even his own considerable strength. The realization allowed something within him to finally fully release, a vigilance so constant he had ceased to consciously register its presence. "Thank you," he murmured, the words directed not just to Brynhild, but to her distant sisters, to the aurora itself, to whatever cosmic forces had aligned to create this perfect moment of peace for one who rarely knew its like. Brynhilder's response came as a gentle smile, her warrior's features softening in the multicolored light. "It is freely given to one who freely gives of himself in defense of others. Rest now, Thunder God. The 9 realms stand secure under watch of those who honor your service." Above them, The aurora continued its hypnotic dance, but with subtle changes that reflected the deepening state of Thor's relaxation. The colors shifted gradually toward the cooler end of the spectrum, deep indigos and violets predominating, accented with occasional ripples of silver that mimicked the starlight visible between the luminous sheets. The spirals widened, their rotation slowing further, creating an impression of vast cosmic breaths drawn in perfect serenity. The ethereal music that accompanied the light show modulated accordingly, its tempo decreasing to match the rhythm of deep sleep. Individual notes lengthened into sustained tones that overlapped and harmonized in ways that bypassed conscious appreciation to touch something more primal, the part of even a god's mind that responds to the fundamental resonances of existence itself. Thor's eyelids grew heavy, not with the ordinary fatigue of physical exertion, but with a pleasant weight born of absolute security and peace. Each blink lasted longer than the one before, the aurora's magnificence gradually replaced by momentary darkness that held its own appeal. During these lengthening intervals, the music of the lights seemed to intensify, as if compensating for the temporary loss of visual splendor with enhanced auditory beauty. Thor could feel his thoughts becoming more fluid, less structured. Memories of past victories blended with recent council discussions, then dissolved into abstract patterns reminiscent of the aurora itself. The weight of responsibility that he carried across the 9 realms, the constant vigilance required of Asgard's foremost defender, seemed to lift from his shoulders, not abandoned but temporarily set aside like armor carefully removed at day's end. In this liminal state between consciousness and dreams, Thor became aware of how rarely he allowed himself such complete surrender. Even in times of celebration or apparent leisure, some part of him remained alert, ready to respond should Heimdall's horn announce danger or Odin's raven bring urgent summons. This perpetual readiness served him well as protector of realms, but exacted a cost rarely acknowledged, a subtle weariness of spirit that accumulated over centuries like layers of sediment gradually turning to stone. The aurora's magic recognized this burden and addressed it directly, its rhythmic pulses working to dissolve these accumulated layers. Each wave of light corresponded to a wave of release washing through Thor's being, physical tension yielding first, followed by mental alertness, and finally, the deeper vigilance of spirit that defined his very existence as Thunder God. The aurora will remain until dawn. Brinhilder's voice came as if from a great distance, though she had not moved from her position beside him. Its blessings will guard your dreams, Thunder God. Surrender to its embrace without reservation or concern. Thor's response was barely articulated, more a rumble of acknowledgement than formed words. His thoughts had begun to drift, losing their linear progression in favor of the circular logic of approaching sleep. Images floated through his mind, fragments of memory, glimpses of possible futures, scenes from realms he had visited and others he had yet to explore, all suffused with the colors of the aurora and accompanied by its gentle music. In this transitional state between wakefulness and dreaming, Thor became aware of subtle movements around him. Without alarm or disruption to his deepening relaxation, he sensed the arrival of more Valkyries, their armored forms taking positions in a protective circle at a respectful distance. They did not speak or intrude upon his experience, but stood as silent guardians, their very presence reinforcing the shield of peace that Brinhilder had described. One final effort of consciousness allowed Thor to open his eyes once more, to take in a last view of the magnificent spectacle above. before surrendering fully to rest. What he saw nearly took his breath away. The entire sky had transformed into a vast mandala of light, centered directly above where he lay. Every color imaginable swirled in perfect harmony, creating patterns of such mathematical precision and artistic beauty that they could only exist in a realm where magic and natural law were one and the same. At the precise center of this cosmic artwork hovered a perfect representation of Yggdrasil, the world tree, rendered in living light. Its roots and branches extended outward in all directions, connecting the 9 realms, depicted as luminous spheres at key junctions of its structure. Energy flowed visibly along these connections, the lifeblood of existence itself made manifest for one privileged enough to witness it. Midgard, the realm of mortals, glowed with a gentle blue-green light, its sphere smaller than some, yet emanating a unique vitality that spoke of its special place in the cosmic hierarchy. Beside it, almost touching, the golden radiance of Asgard pulsed with steady strength, its position near Yggdrasil's crown symbolizing its role as protector of the other realms. Further along the great branches, the fiery sphere of Muspelheim flickered with barely contained energy, balanced by the deep blue-white stillness of Jotunheim on an opposite bow. The remaining realms occupied their traditional positions, Alfheim glimmering with silvery light that suggested the home of light elves, Svartalfheim wrapped in shadows that never quite concealed its importance, Nidavellir glowing with the forge fire colors of the dwarven realm, Vanaheim radiating earthy strength, and far below, among the deepest roots, the darkness of Helheim absorbing rather than reflecting the surrounding energies. Most remarkable was not the realms themselves, but the connections between them, pathways of light that ebbed and flowed, contracted and expanded, in patterns that revealed the constant exchange of energies sustaining all existence. Thor could see how actions in one realm inevitably affected others, how balance maintained across the 9 realms was not static but dynamic, requiring constant adjustment and attention. In this moment of clarity, he understood his own role with newfound depth, not merely as warrior defending against discrete threats, but as an essential force in this ongoing dance of cosmic balance. The lightning he commanded was revealed as one manifestation of energies that flowed throughout Yggdrasil, his strength one expression of the world tree's vitality, his vigilance a conscious extension of the universe's own self-preservation. "Behold the truth that underlies all worlds," Brinhilder whispered in reverent tones. "Few have seen Yggdrasil thus revealed. Even among the Aegir, the aurora honors you greatly tonight." Thor could not find words to respond, nor did he need to. The Valkyrie understood the depth of his appreciation without verbal expression. He simply watched, committing this vision to memory, a gift to carry into dreams and beyond, a reminder of the greater purpose served by his strength and vigilance. As if sensing that this culminating revelation had achieved its purpose, the aurora began a final transformation. The image of Yggdrasil slowly expanded, its branches and roots elongating until they filled the entire visible sky. The 9 realms, represented as spheres of various colors, pulsed with gentle light in a sequence that created a lullaby of pure visual rhythm. Each pulse seemed to draw Thor deeper into relaxation, each cycle bringing him closer to the threshold of sleep. His eyes closed once more, but the impression of Yggdrasil remained visible on the inside of his eyelids, now simplified and abstracted into its most essential form. The complex details faded, leaving only the foundational structure, a pattern so fundamental to existence that it resonated with the deepest layers of consciousness, transcending the boundary between waking thought and dream. Beyond his closed eyes, Thor was dimly aware that the Valkyries had begun to sing, a wordless harmony that complemented the aurora's music perfectly. Their voices, renowned throughout Asgard for their beauty and power, now demonstrated a gentleness rarely heard by any but their closest sisters. The melody they wove contained elements of ancient lullabies, songs old enough to have soothed the first Aesir children in the dawn of creation. This final auditory element completed the symphony of relaxation that had been building since Thor first noticed the aurora's initial shimmer on the horizon. Body, mind, and spirit now aligned in perfect readiness for the renewal that only true sleep can bring. Not the warrior's light slumber that remains alert for danger, but the profound rest that allows complete regeneration. As consciousness began to slip away entirely, Thor felt a gentle touch on his forehead, Brinhilder's blessing, a traditional gesture among Valkyries when honoring a warrior worthy of their highest respect. With it came a whispered phrase in the ancient language of the Aesir, words so rarely spoken that few would recognize their significance. Sleep now in the embrace of Idrasil itself, son of Odin. When you wake, you will carry its strength renewed within you. These final words accompanied Thor across the threshold separating wakefulness from dreams, their resonance creating a bridge that allowed him to retain something of their meaning, even as conscious thought dissolved into the deeper waters of sleep. They became the foundation upon which his dreams would build, ensuring that what followed would restore rather than merely occupy the hours of night. And dream he did, not of battles fought or challenges overcome, not of responsibilities awaiting or strategies to be considered, but of simpler joys and deeper truths. He dreamed of the connections between all things, visualized as strands of light reminiscent of the aurora but extending throughout every realm and touching every being. He dreamed of the balance that underlies apparent chaos, the patterns hidden within seeming randomness. He dreamed of harmony expressed through infinite diversity. Throughout these dreams, the aurora's colors provided a continuously shifting backdrop, while its music maintained a constant, soothing presence. The Valkyrie's song wove through this foundation, adding emotional texture to abstract concepts, translating cosmic truths into forms that even a sleeping mind could comprehend and integrate. Time passed differently in this state, minutes stretching to contain experiences that would require hours in waking life, yet hours compressing into moments when appropriate to the dream's purpose. Thor moved through landscapes both familiar and fantastical, encountered beings both remembered and imagined, all while carried on currents of auroral light that ensured he remained within the protected sphere created by the Valkyrie's vigilance. Above his sleeping form, the physical aurora continued its dance across Asgard's night sky, visible to any who might look upward during those quiet hours. Few witnessed its full glory, however, as most of the realm's inhabitants were themselves at rest, or occupied with nighttime duties that kept their attention earthbound. The Valkyries maintained their positions around their sleeping charge, their circle a physical manifestation of the spiritual protection extended by the lights above. Brinhilder alone remained seated beside Thor, her posture unchanged despite the passage of hours. Her role as witness and guide continued even as he slept, ensuring that the connection between warrior and aurora remained unbroken throughout the night. Occasionally she would gesture towards some portion of the sky, subtly influencing the light patterns in response to movements beneath Thor's eyelids or changes in his breathing that indicated transitions between dream states. The twin moons of Asgard made their stately progress across the star-dappled backdrop, their silvery light mingling with the aurora's more vibrant hues to create complex interplays of illumination and shadow across the hillside. Nighttime creatures went about their business, giving wide berth to the circle of Valkyries, but otherwise undisturbed by the celestial display that had become almost commonplace in its hours-long duration. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the quality of the aurora began to change as the night deepened toward its eventual conclusion. The colors, which had settled into predominantly indigo and violet hues during the depths of Thor's sleep, began to incorporate warmer tones once more. Gentle ambers and soft golds that hinted at approaching dawn. The spirals and waves moved with slightly increased energy, though still maintaining the overall serenity that had characterized the display throughout. Similarly, the aurora's music shifted subtly, introducing motifs that suggested awakening and renewal without disrupting the underlying peacefulness. Individual notes became more distinct, harmonies more complex, creating an auditory experience that prepared the sleeping mind for eventual return to consciousness, not with jarring abruptness, but through gentle, progressive transition. The Valkyries responded to these changes with adjustments to their own song, their voices anticipating the aurora's evolution with perfect synchronicity. Those who had maintained the protective circle began to move, their steps forming new patterns around the hillside, a slow, deliberate dance that mirrored the shifting energies above while maintaining the integrity of their ward. Within the realm of dreams, Thor began his own journey toward wakefulness, though he remained unaware of this transition. The dreamscapes through which he moved took on more defined qualities, their abstract nature gradually giving way to scenarios closer to waking reality. The lessons and revelations of deeper sleep consolidated into forms his conscious mind could more readily access and apply. As the first hint of dawn appeared on Asgard's eastern horizon, a barely perceptible lightening of the sky's edge, Brinhilder finally rose from her position beside the sleeping god. She stretched with the fluid grace characteristic of her kind, armor gleaming in the combined light of fading moons, persistent stars, and the still magnificent aurora. Her gaze swept across the protective circle formed by her sisters, acknowledging their service with silent gratitude. With measured steps, she approached Thor's sleeping form. Kneeling beside him once more, she leaned close to speak directly into his ear, her voice pitched to reach his consciousness without startling him from beneficial rest. "The night wanes. Thunder god," she murmured, the words carrying power beyond their simple meaning. "Asgard moves toward a new day, renewed as you yourself have been renewed. Carry the aurora's gift within you as you return to waking life." Above them, as if responding to her words, the northern lights began their final transformation. The colors intensified briefly, every hue in the spectrum represented simultaneously in a display of breathtaking vibrancy. The patterns accelerated, spinning faster while maintaining perfect harmony, creating a visual crescendo that mirrored the increasing tempo of the aurora's music. Then, at what seemed a predetermined moment, the entire display converged toward a central point directly above where Thor lay. The swirling lights contracted, condensing their vast energies into an ever-diminishing area until they formed a single brilliant star of impossible complexity and beauty. For one perfect moment, this star hovered in place, containing within its radiance all the power and majesty that had filled the entire sky throughout the night. Then, with a final pulse of light and sound that somehow disturbed nothing and no one, the star descended, a gentle fall like a feather drifting on still air. It came to rest upon Thor's chest, directly over his heart, where it remained visible for several breaths before seeming to sink beneath the surface of his armor, disappearing from external view, but not from existence. Brinhilder nodded in satisfaction at this culmination. The aurora returns to the cosmic cycle, but leaves its essence with one who will use its gifts wisely, she said, rising once more to her feet. She raised one hand in a signal to her sisters, who responded by taking to the air in perfect formation, their winged steeds carrying them upward into the lightning sky with powerful sweeps of feathered pinions. Left alone with the sleeping god, Brinhilder allowed herself a moment of reflection. The night had unfolded exactly as the oldest prophecies suggested it would, when a defender of realms reached the precise balance point between strength exerted and strength renewed. Such convergences were rare, occurring perhaps once in many lifetimes, yet vital to the continued health of Idrasil itself. Her duty nearly complete, the Valkyrie leader knelt once more beside Thor and placed her hand gently upon the spot where the auroral star had disappeared into his chest. Awaken now to strength renewed, carrying within you the harmony of stars and the balance of realms, she intoned formally, completing the ancient ritual with words passed down since the first Valkyrie took flight through Asgard's skies. Under her touch, Thor stirred, the transition from deep sleep to wakefulness accomplished with the same grace that characterized all his movements. His eyes opened slowly, their blue depths reflecting momentarily the colors of the now vanished aurora before focusing on the armored figure beside him. In those first moments of consciousness, Thor experienced something rare for the god of thunder: perfect clarity without immediate vigilance. Typically, his return to wakefulness brought with it an instantaneous assessment of surroundings, a warrior's habit of cataloging potential threats and advantages before even fully alert. This morning was different. He awoke in complete awareness, yet remained in the perfect peace that had characterized his night beneath the aurora. There was no jarring transition, no moment of disorientation, simply a continuous flow from the depths of restorative sleep to conscious presence. His body, always a finely honed instrument of divine power, felt different in subtle yet significant ways. Each muscle seemed not merely rested, but renewed at some fundamental level. The constant background awareness of Pjolnar, a connection never fully severed even in sleep, resonated with enhanced harmony. The hammer's inherent powers aligned more perfectly with his own. Even his breath moved differently through his lungs, each inhalation drawing in not just air, but subtle energies previously unnoticed. Most remarkably, the sensation of cosmic connection revealed by the aurora had not faded with the light display itself. Though less vivid than during the night's peak experience, Thor could still perceive the underlying patterns that connected all things. The invisible branches of Idrasil extending through reality itself, binding the 9 realms in a living network of energy and purpose. This awareness existed not as separate knowledge, but as integrated perception, a new dimension to senses honed through centuries of existence. Brinhilder, he acknowledged, his voice clear despite hours of silence. He sat up with fluid ease, no trace of stiffness in his powerful frame, despite a night spent beneath open sky. The northern light have completed their dance, she finished for him, gesturing toward the sky, where ordinary dawn now painted the heavens in more mundane yet still beautiful hues of pink and gold. But their gift remains with you, Thunder God, as it will throughout days to come. Thor placed his hand over his heart, feeling something there that defied ordinary description. A warmth, a resonance, a connection to forces larger than himself, yet now integrated into his being. The sensation was not unfamiliar, simply stronger and clearer than he had experienced before, as if a veil had been lifted from perceptions long partially obscured. "I feel," he began, then paused, searching for words adequate to describe his state. "Restored. Not merely rested, but renewed in some fundamental way." Brinhilder nodded, understanding perfectly what he struggled to articulate. "The aurora's blessing works thus when properly received. You surrendered to its influence completely, without reservation or resistance. Few possess both the strength and the wisdom to do so, even among the Aesir." Rising to his feet in a single, smooth movement, Thor took in the beauty of early morning in Asgard. The landscape that had been transformed by night and aurora now revealed itself in dawn's growing light. Dew-covered grass, sparkling like scattered diamonds. Trees stirring gently in the first breaths of morning wind. Distant mountains catching the sun's initial rays on their snow-capped peaks. Everything appeared both exactly as it had always been, and somehow enhanced, as if he perceived layers of reality previously unnoticed or only vaguely sensed. Colors seemed richer, sounds more nuanced, the very air itself charged with energies that connected all things in patterns of exquisite complexity. "The 9 realms await their guardian's return," Brinhilder said, watching his reacquaintance with the waking world with quiet approval. "You go to them now with the aurora's harmony woven into your being. It will serve you well in challenges to come." Thor retrieved his crimson cape from where it lay beside him, shaking it once before settling it around his shoulders with practiced ease. Mjolnir he lifted with natural reverence, noting how the hammer seemed to hum with renewed purpose, its inherent connection to cosmic forces enhanced by proximity to the aurora's concentrated blessing. "I am grateful," he said simply, turning to face the Valkyrie with sincere appreciation in his gaze. "To you, to your sisters, to the Northern Lights themselves. This gift, I will endeavor to prove worthy of it." Brynhilde's smile held both warmth and knowing distance, the expression of one who has witnessed countless cycles of cosmic order playing out across millennia. "You already have, Thunder God. The aurora comes only to those who have earned its blessing through service to the greater balance of Idrasil. Your worthiness was established long before last night's display. The lights merely confirmed what the cosmos already knew." With these words, she inclined her head in formal acknowledgement of equal standing before stepping back. Silver light gathered around her form, a miniature echo of the aurora's splendor, and a moment later her winged steed appeared beside her, as if conjured from the very stuff of dawn. With graceful efficiency she mounted the magnificent creature, gathering its mane of starlight in one armored hand. "Until our paths cross again, son of Odin," she said in parting. "May the balance you now carry within you light your way through whatever darkness the realms may hold." Before Thor could respond, both Valkyrie and steed launched skyward in a powerful surge of muscle and magic, quickly becoming a distant speck against the brightening heavens. He watched until they disappeared entirely, then turned his gaze toward Asgard's golden city, now illuminated by full morning light. The day awaited, with all its duties and demands, its potential challenges and certain responsibilities. Yet Thor faced this prospect with neither reluctance nor resignation, but with renewed purpose and clarified vision. The Northern Lights had given him not escape from his role as guardian, but deeper integration with it, connection to the very cosmic forces he had always served, now made explicit through direct experience. With Mjolnir humming contentedly at his side, Thor began the walk back toward the palace, carrying within him the aurora's blessing and the perfect peace of a night spent beneath Asgard's enchanted skies. Whatever challenges awaited across the 9 realms would find him ready, rested, renewed, and resonating with the harmony that underlies all existence. The memory of swirling lights and celestial music would remain with him always, accessible in moments of need or reflection. And perhaps, when duties allowed and conditions aligned, he would return to this hillside to witness the northern lights of Asgard once more, not seeking escape but communion with the cosmic forces that flowed through all things, himself included, in an eternal dance of power and peace, action and rest, vigilance and surrender. For even the god of thunder must sometimes lay down his hammer and look to the stars, finding in their ancient light the renewal that comes only from true connection with the universe itself. In this balance lay not weakness, but the deepest strength of all, the harmony that sustains both god and mortal alike through all the cycles of existence that have been and are yet to come. As Thor carried the aurora's blessing within him, his renewed connection to Idrasil heightened his awareness of all 9 realms. In the days that followed his night beneath the northern lights, he could sense subtle disturbances in the cosmic balance, whispers of change echoing through the world tree's vast network. One realm in particular called to his attention: Jotunheim, land of frost and stone, home to the giants, with whom Asgard had maintained an uneasy peace since ancient times. Through his enhanced perception, Thor detected unusual stillness within the icy realm, not the calm of true peace, but the unsettling quiet that precedes significant change. During a council meeting in Odin's Golden Hall, Thor shared his observations with the All-Father and other assembled gods. "There is a strange silence in Jotunheim," he reported, his voice carrying the authority of one who had walked among giants and returned to tell the tale. The mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath, as if waiting, Odin's single eye fixed upon his son with keen interest. "The silence of mountains can speak volumes to those who know how to listen," the All-Father observed. "What do you hear in this absence of sound, my son?" Thor considered before answering. The aurora's gift had taught him patience in perception, the value of understanding before action. "Not threat," he said finally, "but transformation. Something awakens in the heart of Jotunheim's mountains, something ancient that has slumbered since before our remembering." The All-Father nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this assessment. Long has Heimdall reported unusual patterns in the ice flows of the frost giant's realm. The rivers run with changed rhythms, and the glaciers shift in ways not seen in millennia. The balance between realms requires investigation, Thorn suggested, not with weapons drawn, but with eyes and ears open to understanding. A slight smile crossed Odin's weathered features, approval for this wisdom that balanced Thor's natural inclination toward direct action. "Then go," he commanded. "Journey to the silent mountains of Jotunheim. Discover what stirs within their frozen depths, and determine whether it brings harmony or discord to the 9 realms." As Thor prepared for this journey, he reflected on how different his approach would be from previous ventures into the frost giant's territory. Where once he might have arrived amid thunder and lightning, hammer raised against potential threats, now he would enter with quieter purpose, seeking knowledge before judgment, understanding before action. The Northern Lights' blessing had revealed to him how actions in one realm inevitably affected all others. Whatever awakened in Jotunheim's silent mountains would send ripples throughout Idrasil's vast branches. The nature of those ripples, whether destructive or harmonious, might depend greatly on how they were first approached and understood. With Mjolnir at his side, but peace in his heart, Thor stood before the Bifrost as Heimdall prepared to send him to the frozen wastes of Jotunheim. The gatekeeper's golden eyes held knowing depth as he regarded the god of thunder. The mountains of Jotunheim have kept their secrets since the first days of creation, Heimdall observed. Their silence speaks a language few have learned to interpret. Thor nodded, understanding the subtle warning in these words. Then I shall listen more than speak, observe more than act, until I comprehend what they wish to reveal. As the Bifrost's energy gathered around him, preparing to transport him across the vast distance between realms, Thor took a final deep breath of Asgard's sweet air. The journey ahead would test not just his strength, but his newfound wisdom, his ability to perceive the delicate balances that sustained the cosmic order. In a flash of rainbow light, the god of thunder vanished from Asgard, traveling along Yggdrasil's mystical pathways toward the silent mountains of Jotunheim, where ancient forces stirred from ageless slumber and new understandings awaited discovery. But the halls of Asgard echoed with laughter and the clinking of goblets as warriors celebrated their recent victory against a band of marauding fire demons. The golden light of eternal twilight filtered through tall windows, casting long shadows across the feasting table where Thor sat surrounded by his companions. Despite the merriment, the god of thunder found himself distracted, his mind drifting from the tales of battle being recounted around him. Something within him yearned for space, for quiet, a rare desire for one who typically thrived in the heart of action and camaraderie. "Another tale, Thor," called Volstagg, his red beard glistening with mead as he raised his goblet. "Tell us again how you summoned the lightning that scattered the demons back to Muspelheim." Thor offered a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Perhaps another time, friend. The victory belongs to all of us." He rose from his seat, Mjolnir hanging comfortably at his side. "If you'll excuse me, I find I need some air." Confused glances followed him as he strode from the hall, but none pursued. Even his closest companions knew that sometimes the Thunderer required solitude, rare though such moments might be. Outside, on a balcony overlooking the splendor of Asgard, Thor breathed deeply of the cool evening air. Stars glimmered across the vast sky, countless worlds spinning in their courses. The rainbow bridge stretched into the distance, a vibrant path connecting the realm eternal to the observatory where Heimdall maintained his vigilant watch. "Something troubles you, my son," came a voice from behind him, measured and wise. Thor turned to find Odin, the Allfather, approaching with unhurried steps. "Not trouble, father, not precisely." Thor searched for words to explain the unfamiliar restlessness within him. "I find myself weary, not of battle or duty, but of noise, of constant motion." Odin stood beside him at the balcony's edge, his single eye reflecting starlight as he gazed outward. "Even the mightiest river must sometimes flow through still pools before continuing its journey," he observed. "The warrior who never rests eventually loses strength and wisdom." "I've rested before," Thor objected mildly. "You have slept," Odin corrected. "But when did you last know true stillness? When did you last allow yourself to simply be?" rather than do? The question struck Thor with unexpected force. In all his long existence, he had defined himself through action, defending realms, battling enemies, protecting those who could not protect themselves. The concept of value in stillness seemed foreign, almost contradictory to his nature. I would not shirk my responsibilities to Asgard, Thor said finally. The 9 realms will survive without your hammer for a brief time, Odin replied, a hint of amusement tempering his words. Perhaps what you seek lies not in Asgard at all, but elsewhere, among Yggdrasil's branches. Thor considered this. Where would you suggest? Odin's gaze grew distant, as if seeing beyond the stars visible to ordinary sight. Consider Jotunheim, the land of giants. Thor's surprise was evident. Our ancient enemies? Our complicated neighbors, Odin amended. The treaty holds firm, and Jotunheim holds more than frost giants, my son. It holds mountains that have stood since the dawn of creation, valleys untouched by any foot, places of profound silence where the very air seems to pause between heartbeats. Thor had never considered Jotunheim in such terms. In his mind, it had always been a realm of danger and conflict, of bitter cold and ancient grudges. Yet something in Odin's description resonated with the unnamed longing in his heart. There is a place, Odin continued, far from the giant settlements, where mountains rise like silent sentinels against the sky. The snow-quiet peaks they are called in the old tongue. Few beings venture there, even among the Jotnar. It is said that the silence there is so pure it can heal troubled spirits and clear clouded minds. Thor's interest was genuinely piqued now. You believe I should journey to this place? I believe, Odin said carefully, that what you seek might be found there, and perhaps what you need to learn can only be taught by silence itself. The conversation lingered in Thor's mind as he returned to his chambers that night. The thought of Jotunheim as a place of healing seemed paradoxical. The harsh realm had been the site of countless conflicts throughout Asgard's history. Yet Odin's words carried the weight of ancient wisdom, and Thor had learned through long experience to trust his father's counsel, even when it seemed to follow unexpected paths. By morning, his decision was made. After informing his friends, who received the news with varying degrees of confusion and concern, Thor presented himself before Heimdall at the observatory, Mjolnir hanging at his side and a simple traveling cloak thrown over his shoulders. The snow-quiet peaks of Jotunheim, he informed the golden-eyed guardian. Do you know of them? Heimdall's impassive face revealed nothing, but he nodded slowly. I see them, far to the northeast of Jotunheim's main settlements, beyond even the territories the frost giants regularly patrol. They stand in perpetual stillness, untouched by the conflicts that have shaped relations between our realms. Can you send me there directly? Thor asked. To their foothills, Heimdall confirmed. The mountains themselves resist direct transportation. Something in their ancient nature deflects even the Bifrost's power. You will need to journey the final distance on foot. This seemed fitting somehow. A place of true stillness should, perhaps, require effort to reach, rather than allowing sudden arrival through magical means. I am ready, Thor declared, positioning himself at the center of the observatory's mechanism. Heimdall regarded him with those all-seeing eyes that missed nothing. You carry no provisions, he observed. No weapons save Mjolnir. I seek simplicity, Thor explained, surprising himself with the truth of the words. The hammer comes with me always, but I will not use it unless absolute necessity demands. The ghost of something that might have been approval flickered across Heimdall's features as he inserted his sword into the observatory's central mechanism. May you find what you seek, Odinson, he said formally, as energy began to gather around Thor. The familiar sensation of the Bifrost enveloped him, light and sound and rushing movement through the cosmos. For a brief, transcendent moment, Thor existed in multiple realms simultaneously, his essence stretched across the branches of Yggdrasil. Then reality coalesced once more, and he found himself standing in a world of white. The Bifrost's rainbow light retracted into the sky, leaving Thor alone in a vast snowfield that stretched to the horizon in most directions. Before him, perhaps a day's journey distant, rose mountains unlike any he had seen before. They did not thrust aggressively skyward like Asgard's peaks, nor did they loom threateningly like the jagged formations near Utgard. These mountains rose with dignified grace, their slopes smooth curves mantled in pristine snow that caught the pale sunlight and transformed it into subtle shades of blue and lavender. Even from this distance, Thor sensed something different about them. The very air seemed to hold a quality of expectant hush, as if the normal sounds of the world were muted in deference to some greater presence. The cold air of Jotunheim bit at his exposed skin, but not unpleasantly. Thor had weathered far worse conditions in battle. This cold felt clean somehow, clarifying rather than numbing. He drew a deep breath, feeling the chill air fill his lungs, and began walking toward the distant mountains. The snow crunched beneath his boots, each step breaking the perfect surface with a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the surrounding stillness. No wind stirred the air, no birds called overhead, no animals moved across the white expanse. There was only Thor's breathing, his footsteps, and the vast silence embracing it all. At first, his thoughts raced as they always did, reviewing recent battles, planning future strategies, considering problems that awaited solution in Asgard. But as the hours passed and he continued his steady progress toward the mountains, Thor noticed something unusual happening. The constant internal chatter that normally accompanied him began to slow, gaps of quietness appearing between thoughts like spaces between clouds in a clearing sky. By the time the sun, dimmer and more distant here than in Asgard, began to dip toward the horizon, the mountains had grown significantly larger in his vision. Their presence seemed to press against his awareness, not threatening, but undeniably powerful, like standing before an ancient being who had witnessed the birth of worlds. Finding a slight depression in the snowfield that offered some shelter, Thor prepared to make camp for the night. Though he had brought no provisions, this presented no hardship for one of his divine constitution. He had gone far longer without food or conventional rest when necessity demanded. Still, some habits were deeply ingrained. He used Mjolnir to break surface ice, revealing unfrozen water beneath that he could drink if needed. As twilight deepened into true night, stars appeared overhead, constellations similar to those visible from Asgard, yet subtly different in their arrangements, as if viewed from a slightly altered perspective. Thor sat cross-legged in the snow, allowing himself to simply observe the night sky without analysis or purpose beyond appreciation. The silence deepened with the darkness, until it seemed almost tangible, a presence rather than an absence. Thor found himself breathing more slowly, moving more carefully, as if excessive sound would somehow disrespect the profound quiet that enveloped him. He did not sleep that night, not in the conventional sense. Instead, he entered a state of deep restfulness somewhere between waking and dreaming. In this liminal space, memories flowed through his consciousness, not just recent battles and triumphs, but moments stretching back through centuries. Some brought satisfaction, others regret, but all were observed without the usual emotional charge that accompanied such recollections. It was as if the silence allowed him to witness his own life from a new perspective, neither judging nor celebrating, simply acknowledging what had been. When dawn finally lightened the eastern sky, Thor rose and continued his journey, feeling refreshed despite the lack of traditional sleep. The mountains now dominated the horizon, their massive presence drawing him forward with increasing anticipation. By midday, he reached the first gentle slopes that marked the transition from snowfield to mountain proper. Here, the character of the landscape began to change. Occasional rock formations broke through the snow cover, their surfaces weathered into improbable shapes by untold millennia of wind and ice. Small copses of silver-barked trees appeared, their branches gracefully curved and laden with snow that seemed never to fall. The silence, if possible, grew even more profound. Thor found himself moving with deliberate care, reluctant to disturb what felt increasingly like a sacred space. His thoughts had continued to slow throughout the morning, until now they arrived as occasional visitors rather than constant companions, each one clear and distinct before dissolving back into the surrounding stillness. As he rounded a massive boulder on the gradually steepening slope, Thor encountered his first evidence that he was not entirely alone in this pristine wilderness. Footprints, far larger than his own, marked the snow in a path that curved up into a narrow valley between two mountain shoulders. Giants had passed this way, recently enough that the prints remained distinct despite the preserving cold. Thor paused, hand instinctively moving to Mjolnir's handle. Centuries of conflict between Asgard and Jotunheim had conditioned certain responses that were difficult to override. Yet he reminded himself that he had not come seeking battle. Odin's words returned to him, complicated neighbors, not simply enemies. After a moment's consideration, he removed his hand from the hammer and continued forward, following the giant footprints with cautious curiosity. The valley narrowed as he progressed, walls of pale stone rising on either side. The footprints led to what appeared at first to be a natural cave entrance in the mountainside, but as Thor drew closer, he realized it was something more deliberate. The opening had been shaped, its edges smoothed into perfect curves that framed the darkness beyond. Symbols were carved into the surrounding stone, not the harsh runes of giant warfare, but older, more flowing scripts that conveyed concepts beyond simple language. Thor stood before this entrance, sensing that he approached a threshold in more ways than the physical. The silence here was absolute, a palpable presence that seemed to evaluate his worthiness to proceed. He waited, neither advancing nor retreating, until some subtle shift in the atmosphere suggested acceptance. As he stepped across the threshold into the cave, Thor expected darkness. Instead, he found soft illumination emanating from the walls themselves. Not magical light, as in Asgard's halls, but a natural phosphorescence from minerals embedded in the stone. The light revealed a passage that curved gently deeper into the mountain, its floor worn smooth by the passage of many feet over countless years. Thor followed this path with measured steps, his senses alert for any sign of danger, yet increasingly certain that no threat awaited him. The passage descended at a gentle angle, occasionally widening into small chambers where the glowing minerals formed patterns reminiscent of star constellations. In one such space, an underground spring bubbled silently up from some unimaginable depth, forming a perfectly circular pool before disappearing again into the stone. The water was so clear that despite its evident depth, Thor could see every detail of the intricately patterned basin that contained it. Eventually, the passage opened into a vast cavern, deep within the mountain's heart. Here, Thor halted in genuine awe. The ceiling soared hundreds of feet overhead, decorated with hanging crystal formations that caught and amplified the phosphorescent light. The floor was polished stone, inlaid with spiraling patterns of various minerals, creating a map-like design whose meaning eluded immediate understanding. And he was not alone. Seated on stone benches, arranged in a semicircle at the chamber's center, were 7 frost giants, yet unlike any Thor had encountered in battle. These beings were clearly ancient, their blue skin weathered like old ice, white hair falling in complicated braids adorned with crystals and small carved totems. They wore simple robes of pale fabric rather than the battle armor associated with their kind, and their red eyes held wisdom rather than aggression, as they regarded the Asgardian in their midst. Thor remained where he stood, making no move toward Mjolnir, waiting to understand the nature of this unexpected encounter. The silence stretched between them, not awkward, but contemplative, until finally the central figure, a giant whose skin bore markings that might have been extreme age or possibly some form of ritual scarification, raised a hand in a gesture that managed to be simultaneously greeting and blessing. "Thunderbringer," the giant said, voice deep yet soft, like distant avalanches heard through heavy snowfall. "You have found your way to the Quiet Ones." The term was unfamiliar to Thor, though something about it resonated with ancient legends half remembered from childhood lessons. "I meant no intrusion," he responded, matching the giant's measured tone. "I seek only the silence of these mountains." A sound like ice shifting passed among the seated giants, their version of thoughtful murmuring, perhaps. The central figure nodded slowly. "Few from the realm eternal seek silence," he observed. "Fewer still find their way to our sanctuary." "You were guided." It wasn't a question, but Thorn answered anyway. "The All-Father suggested this place." This revelation produced a more pronounced reaction. The giants exchanged glances of what might have been surprise, possibly respect. The central figure nodded again, more deeply this time. "Odin One Eye remembers the old ways," he said. "Before the wars, before the treaty, when knowledge flowed more freely between realms. I am Vafthrudnir, elder of the Quiet Ones. We who turned from Utgard's path of conflict to preserve older truths about Jotunheim's purpose in the Great Pattern." The name triggered recognition. Vafthrudnir was indeed mentioned in ancient texts. A giant renowned for wisdom rather than warfare, said to have debated Odin himself in contests of knowledge. That such a being still existed, hidden away in this mountain sanctuary. "I am Thor Odinson," he replied formally. A whisper of what might have been amusement passed through the assembled giants. "We know who you are, son of Odin," Vafthrudnir said. "Your hammer has written your name across our realm many times. Yet you come now without thunder, seeking silence. This is unexpected." Thor felt an unfamiliar uncertainty. How could he explain what had brought him here when he himself did not fully understand the yearning? "I find myself in need of stillness," he said finally. "Something within me seeks quiet that Asgard cannot provide." Vafthrûdnir studied him with eyes that seemed to see far beyond physical appearance. "The warrior who seeks silence begins the journey to becoming something more," he observed. "Tell me, Thunderbringer, what do you know of these mountains?" "Only what my father told me," Thorn admitted, "that they are called the Snow-Quiet Peaks, and that the silence here holds special qualities." The ancient giant rose from his seat with fluid grace, surprising for one of his size and age. He gestured for Thor to follow as he moved toward a side passage different from the one that had provided entry. "Walk with me," he invited, "and I will share what your father knows but did not tell you." Thor followed, aware that the other giants remained seated, watching their departure with inscrutable expressions. The new passage climbed upward, curving back toward the mountain's surface. Vafthrûdnir moved unhurriedly, his massive form somehow harmonizing with the space around him rather than dominating it. "These mountains," the giant explained as they walked, "existed before Jotunheim itself took form as a distinct realm. They are older than the frost giants, older, perhaps, than the concept of separate worlds. When Yggdrasil first spread its branches through the cosmos, these peaks were already ancient." The passage widened, and Thor could feel a subtle change in the air, a freshness that suggested they approached the outside world again. Vafthrûdnir continued, "The silence here is not merely the absence of sound, Thunderbringer. It is primordial stillness, the pause between heartbeats of creation itself. It exists in opposition to chaos, not as its absence, but as its equal and opposite force. Balance, you might say." They emerged onto a wide ledge carved into the mountainside, facing away from the direction Thor had originally approached. Before them spread a panorama of such breathtaking beauty that Thor found himself momentarily without words. Snow-covered peaks extended to the horizon, their forms perfect in their stark simplicity. Valleys between them, filled with mist that caught the light in iridescent pattern. Above, the sky held a shade of blue so deep it seemed almost purple, and stars were visible despite the daylight, as if multiple realities overlapped in this extraordinary place. "The Snow-Quiet Peaks exist partially outside normal time," Vafthrûdnir explained, gesturing toward the vista before them. "Here, the boundaries between moments thin. That is why true silence can be found, because all moments touch simultaneously, their individual sounds cancelling into perfect stillness." Thor tried to comprehend these abstract concepts, finding them both foreign to his usual thinking and somehow intuitively right. "Is this why I feel different here?" he asked, as if my thoughts themselves move differently. Vafthrûdnir nodded approvingly. "You perceive more than I expected. Yes, consciousness itself functions differently within the influence of these mountains. The mind finds stillness more readily because it touches that primordial pause between creation's heartbeats." They stood in silence then, observing the impossibly beautiful landscape. Thor found himself breathing in rhythm with some subtle pulse he could sense but not hear. The mountain's own cycle, perhaps, or something even more fundamental. With each breath, his awareness seemed to expand slightly, taking in more detail, more subtle variations of light and shadow across the snow-covered world before him. "Why do you preserve this place?" he asked eventually. What purpose do the quiet ones serve? Balance, Vafthrudnir replied simply. Ugard represents one aspect of Jotnar nature, the cold that destroys, the winter that conquers. We preserve another aspect, the stillness that renews, the quiet that nurtures understanding. Both are necessary. Without winter's destruction, spring's renewal cannot follow. Without silence, words lose meaning. Without stillness, motion becomes mere chaos. The ancient giant turned to face Thor directly. The same principles apply to consciousness, Thunderbringer. Without periods of true stillness, the mind becomes a battlefield where thoughts wage endless war against each other. Even a god must sometimes find the silence between heartbeats. This resonated deeply with Thor's unnamed yearning. How long had it been since his mind had known true peace? Not merely the satisfaction of victory or the pleasant exhaustion following celebration, but genuine stillness. Perhaps never in all his long existence. Will you teach me? He asked, the request unplanned, yet emerging with perfect certainty. Vafthrudnir's weathered features showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment long before Thor arrived. The mountains themselves will teach you, if you allow them. I will merely show you where to begin. What followed were 3 days unlike any in Thor's experience. Under Vafthrudnir's minimal guidance, he learned to attune himself to the profound silence of the snow-quiet peaks. The process involved no complex rituals or esoteric knowledge, quite the opposite. Thor was instructed simply to be present, to experience each moment without anticipating the next or reviewing the previous. He spent hours seated motionless on mountain ledges, watching the play of light across distant snowfields. He stood in high places where the wind moved with such perfect constancy that it ceased to register as sound and became instead a physical attribute of the space itself. He lay on his back in midnight snowfields, observing stars whose light had traveled unimaginable distances to reach his eyes in this perfect moment. Throughout these experiences, Thor's awareness underwent subtle but profound shifts. The boundaries of his selfhood, normally so clearly defined by action and reaction, by the weight of Mjolnir in his hand and the consequences of its use, became less rigid. He experienced moments of expansion, where his consciousness seemed to touch the mountains themselves, to merge temporarily with the ancient stillness they embodied. These experiences might have frightened or disoriented a being less secure in his fundamental nature, but Thor found them unexpectedly comforting. Nothing in this expansion threatened who he was. It merely revealed additional dimensions to his existence that had always been present, but unrecognized beneath the constant activity that typically defined his days. On the morning of the 4th day, Vafthrudnir led him to a small, perfectly circular valley nestled between 3 mountain peaks. At its center stood a single structure, not a building in the conventional sense, but a shelter formed from living crystal that had somehow been encouraged to grow in curves and arches that created an enclosed space while remaining connected to the mountain beneath. This is the listening place, the ancient giant explained. Here, the silence achieves its greatest clarity. Those who spend time within its walls often find answers to questions they have not yet learned to ask. Thor approached the crystal structure with appropriate reverence. Its surfaces caught the morning light and refracted it into subtle rainbow patterns across the snow. The entrance was a simple arch, sized appropriately for giants but not uncomfortably large for an Asgardian. "I will leave you now," Vafthrudnir said. "The experience within is different for each visitor, and best encountered alone." When you emerge, you will know whether your time in the snow-quiet peaks is complete, or if further silence is required." With these cryptic words, the ancient giant departed, moving with that same fluid grace that belied his massive size. Thor watched him go, feeling neither abandoned nor anxious about what awaited. The past days had fostered a trust in this process that required no constant reassurance or guidance. Taking a deep breath of the crystalline air, Thor ducked through the entrance into the listening place. The interior was both simpler and more complex than he had anticipated. The space was roughly circular, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, with a slightly domed ceiling from which crystal formations hung like frozen sound waves. The floor was bare stone, polished by countless feet over immeasurable time, its surface inlaid with spiraling patterns similar to those in the great cavern where he had first met the Quiet Ones. What made the space extraordinary, however, was the quality of silence within. Thor had thought he had experienced true silence during his days in the mountains, but this was something deeper still. Here, even the sound of his own heartbeat and breathing seemed to occur without disturbing the profound stillness, as if the space accepted and integrated these rhythms into its own perfect quietude. In the center of the chamber, a single stone seat had been carved from the same material as the floor. It faced no particular direction, having been designed simply as a place to be rather than to observe or interact. Thor moved toward it with measured steps, the contact between his boots and the floor producing sounds that were somehow both audible and completely harmonious with the surrounding silence. He seated himself, assuming a comfortable position with hands resting lightly on his knees. Mjolnir he had left outside, not from any rule or restriction, but from his own growing intuition about the nature of this place and its purpose. For what might have been minutes or hours, Thor simply sat, breathing slowly, allowing his awareness to settle into the extraordinary stillness surrounding him. Gradually, he noticed that his thoughts, which had already slowed considerably during his time in the mountains, now arrived at even greater intervals, each one pristine and complete in itself, before dissolving back into the silence. In this state of receptive awareness, something unexpected began to occur. Thor found himself experiencing memories not as mental reconstructions, but as lived realities. So vivid he could perceive sounds, scents, tactile sensations. Yet these were not random recollections. Each memory featured moments of pause or stillness that he had moved through quickly at the time, eager to reach the next action or decision. A quiet morning on Asgard's western coast, waves lapping gently against golden shores, a moment of perfect stillness before a battle, when time seemed suspended between heartbeats, the hush that had fallen over a forest after a storm, when animals emerged cautiously and water dripped from leaves in random percussion, the profound quiet of stars reflected in a mountain lake during a solitary journey years before. Thor realized with sudden clarity that throughout his long life, these moments of stillness had always been available to him, had indeed been experienced by him, but never valued or cultivated. He had always privileged action over inaction, sound over silence, the doing over the being. Yet without these counterbalancing forces, his existence had gradually become unbalanced, dominated by a single mode of approaching the universe and his place within it. This understanding arrived not as judgment, but as simple recognition, a piece of knowledge that completed a pattern previously unfinished. Thor felt something settle within him, a reconciliation between seemingly opposing aspects of existence that need not be opposed at all. The revelation was accompanied by a physical sensation, a subtle unwinding of tension he had carried for so long he had ceased to recognize its presence. His shoulders relaxed, his breath deepened, and something shifted in his awareness that felt simultaneously like expansion and coming home. Time passed, impossible to measure in this timeless space, until Thor gradually became aware of a change in the quality of light entering through the crystal walls. The day was advancing toward evening. How long he had sat in the listening place he could not say, but he knew with quiet certainty that he had received what he had come for. Rising from the stone seat, Thor moved toward the entrance with unhurried steps. Each movement felt deliberate yet effortless, as if his body had remembered a harmony with its surroundings that it had always known but temporarily forgotten. The silence accompanied him, no longer something external to be experienced, but an integrated aspect of his being that he would carry forward. Outside, the valley lay bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. The snow caught these last direct rays and transformed them into a landscape of gentle radiance. No wind stirred the air, no sound disturbed the perfect peace of this hidden place. Thor breathed deeply, feeling the cold air fill his lungs, and knew it was time to return to Asgard. The journey back through the mountains passed with the same measured pace as his arrival, but Thor's experience of the landscape had fundamentally changed. What had initially seemed barren now revealed infinite subtleties, variations in snow texture, the play of light across ice formations, the barely perceptible movements of tiny creatures adapted to this severe environment. The silence no longer felt alien or imposing, but rather like an old friend walking beside him, offering companionship without demand. When he reached the edge of the snowfield where Heimdall had first deposited him, Thor paused to look back at the snow-capped peaks. They stood in eternal dignity against the darkening sky, their presence a reminder that some things in the Nine Realms remained constant, despite the conflicts and changes that occupied so much attention elsewhere. He raised Mjolnir in a gesture of respect rather than battle, acknowledgement of wisdom received and lessons learned. Amondal, he called, voice measured rather than thunderous. I am ready to return. The Bifrost's multicolored light enveloped him almost immediately, suggesting that the watchful guardian had been monitoring his journey. Reality dissolved and reformed as Thor was drawn back across the cosmos to Asgard's observatory. Heimdall stood at his post, golden eyes observing Thor with that same penetrating gaze that saw everything yet revealed little. You found what you sought, he stated rather than asked. Mosk is a master of concealment. I found what I needed, Thor confirmed. Not what I expected. The ghost of a smile touched the Guardian's normally impassive features. The best journeys often end thus. Thor nodded in agreement, then made his way across the Rainbow Bridge toward Asgard's golden spires. He moved without haste, appreciating the opportunity to transition gradually from the profound stillness of Jotunheim's mountains to the more active energy of his home realm. Night had fallen fully by the time he reached the palace, stars shining brilliantly overhead in patterns as familiar to him as his own reflection. The halls were quiet at this hour. Most inhabitants retired to their chambers, or gathered in small groups for evening conversation, rather than the large celebrations that often marked earlier hours. Thor made his way to his own quarters, acknowledging the respectful greetings of guards and late-wandering nobles with nods rather than words. The silence he had brought back from the snow-clad peaks remained with him, not as isolation or withdrawal, but as a centered stillness from which authentic connection could emerge when appropriate. His chambers welcomed him with familiar comfort, the hearth glowing with banked coals, moonlight streaming through tall windows, Asgard's eternal twilight visible as a golden glow on the distant horizon. Thor moved to the balcony, gazing out over the sleeping city with new eyes. The same view that had witnessed his restlessness days before now met a very different being, one who had discovered an additional dimension to his existence, a counterbalance to the action and thunder that had always defined him. A soft knock at his chamber door pulled him from contemplation. He answered to find a palace attendant bearing a message scroll sealed with Odin's personal mark. The servant bowed and departed without words, sensing perhaps that the moment called for quiet efficiency rather than formality. Thor broke the seal and unrolled the simple message. "When you are rested, I would hear of your journey. Until then, welcome home." He smiled at his father's perceptiveness. The All-Father understood that whatever Thor had experienced required integration before it could be properly shared. Morning would be soon enough for discussions and the inevitable return to responsibilities. Thor prepared for rest with deliberate movements, appreciating the simple rituals that marked the transition from day to night. As he settled onto his bed, he found himself breathing in the rhythm he had learned in the mountains. Slow, deep inhalations, followed by equally measured exhalations, each cycle bringing deeper relaxation. Outside his windows, Asgard continued its eternal existence. Guards patrolled golden halls, starlight played across magnificent architecture, realms turned in their cosmic dance. Within, Thor experienced the counterpoint to this constant motion, perfect stillness, the silence between heartbeats, the pause in creation's breath. As sleep approached, bringing with it not unconsciousness but a different quality of awareness, Thor reflected that he had indeed found treasure in Jotunheim's silent mountains. Not gold or magical artifacts or triumph in battle, but something perhaps more valuable for one who had experienced all these many times over. The discovery of wholeness through balance, of strength in stillness, of thunder's companion in profound silence. His breathing slowed further, consciousness gradually transitioning into dreams that carried him through landscapes of snow and crystal, of mountains that remembered the beginning of time and taught wisdom to those willing to listen without words. In this peaceful state, the god of thunder rested more deeply than he had in centuries, embraced by the silence he had journeyed so far to find. Across the 9 realms, the great cycle continued, action and rest, sound and silence, doing and being, each moment complete in itself, yet part of the eternal pattern. And in a chamber high in Asgard's palace, Thor slept, carrying within him a fragment of primordial stillness that would remain long after he returned to the responsibilities and actions that defined his role as protector of the realms. The silence had become part of him now, a wellspring of renewal he could access even in the midst of chaos and battle. This was the true gift of the snow-quiet peaks, not escape from who he was, but the discovery of greater wholeness in who he had always been. Outside, stars wheeled in their ancient courses. Inside, dreams flowed like gentle snow across a landscape of infinite peace. Between these realities, balanced perfectly in the center of his being, Thor rested in the stillness he had sought and found. Our Viking tale has now concluded. You will now hear the peaceful sounds of a crackling fire and gentle ambient noises that will continue throughout the night without any interruptions, helping you drift into a deep and restful sleep. May the stars of the northern sky watch over you, and may you find peaceful rest until the morning light. Sleep well, and good night.